Test, test.
Okay, we'll call the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting open meeting to order at 5:34. Michelle, can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Brian Anderson is unable to be here this evening, so Brian Nichols,
Here.
Tia Johnson.
Here.
All members are present except Brian Anderson.
Could I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Could I get a motion for approval of the minutes from the last meeting?
So moved.
I second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Item 2, July 23 financial results. Mr. Chady, you're up.
Try to present. There we go. Yay, love it when it works. All right, so before us this evening is July 2023's financial statements. Just a couple of notes before we get into the details. This is very much a typical July with very low revenue as evidenced, and you'll see that, and I'll comment on that in a little bit as well. Then I'll also note, if you look closely at the 23-24 revised budget and the 22-23 revised budget columns, you'll see that they are the same. As the Board of Education has yet to approve or adopt the preliminary initial budget, Wisconsin statutes provides that we can utilize the prior year budget. So essentially it kind of carries forward from the 22-23 school year until such time as the board adopts the preliminary budget, and then it goes on to the budget hearing. So now we'll talk a little bit about the revenues. Here, looking at the operating funds, no grants. You'll see total revenue for the month just over $103,000 as compared to almost $248,000 last year. So a little bit of a variance, but Honestly, not much. The largest portion of the variance, $222,350, is related to some technology, some Apple lease products that were essentially resold this time last year, so July of '22. So then when you resell those, that books that asset as a revenue. So that kind of explains the significant difference there. Couple of other points that I'll share, looking at revenue from local sources, the second line from the top, fiscal year-to-date activity, $56,000 in change. Just to point out that just over $42,200 of that is a result of interest earnings. So interest that we have based on the assets in the bank account. And then revenue from federal sources, $47,000 plus there, just over $40,400 as a result of Medicaid school-based services as well. So that kind of is a big picture summary of the revenues with no grants. Again, total revenues for the month, $103,433. I'll pause like normal and ask the board or the committee members if there's any questions before we advance on. Hearing none.
The only question I have from last year, what was the $223,000 or $222,000 in other financing resources? And then,
Yeah, so last year in the month of July,
oh, I see.
Yeah, the district sold those technology devices. Yep.
Got it. I saw
And
it.
if I recall correctly, they replaced them like a year or two early because of the higher resale value that those products would have.
Okay.
So, yeah. Any other questions on the revenues? We'll page down and take a look at the expense activity. And again, a fairly normal month of July. Looking at fiscal year-to-date activity for 23-24, just under 1.6 million as compared to just over 1.8 million for the same point in time last year. Talking a little bit top-down, salaries and fringe benefits, $504,000 is compared to $516. So, you know, we're shy about $11,000, $12,000 there, which is good. Purchase services, $739,000 as compared to just over $1 million. Again, about a $265,000 decrease, which is favorable for us as well. The debt retirement, I do note that there was, I think, a small error there in the increase-decrease. The values in the 23-24 and the 22-23 columns are accurate, but that increase-decrease should be a negative $4,269. So again, overall total expenditures for the month, $1,583,000 as compared to $1,819,000 last year. Any questions there?
This is probably way early to ask the question, but is the salary and fringe benefits, is that going to be a typical month, or is that going to be, how's that going? Do you have a feel for that at this point?
Yeah, so that will not be a typical month. You should not expect that $505,000 for each month thereafter, because when the school year starts up and we start paying teachers and everything, that'll make a marked difference increase. So it appears to me, though, looking at last year and this year, that is a fairly typical month for July activity, paying those staff members that are calendar year employees. Any other questions on expenses? The next one's going to be really, I'm sorry.
Oh, can you give me an example of like what purchased services are, especially in July over the summers?
Sure, yeah, great question. So purchase services, examples of that would be contracted custodial cleaning is a purchase service. Transportation is also a purchase service. And now transportation would certainly increase during the school year. Today is a great example as we have buses running. But we also had buses running during the summer also to support summer school operations. So Utilities would be a purchase service. Our contracted technology is also a purchase service. Those are probably the four largest purchase services. I think I mentioned four. Yeah, thank you. Construction projects, some are construction work projects as well, would also fall under. You'll probably see that most here in a couple of pages when we look at the grants in particular. Yep, great question. Yeah, the state kind of categorizes these things by these large descriptors: salaries and benefits, purchase services, non-capital, capital. Within each of those, of course, there's a whole bunch of subcategories that we utilize. Yep. Any other questions on the expenses? Very good. We'll take a look at the revenues specific to the grants. And you'll see that while we have information budgeted there, there's no fiscal year to date activity. Not unexpected, because of course, the first month of the fiscal year, if we have expenditures that occur during the month, typically those grant claims follow. So you really wouldn't anticipate much grant revenues to come in the month of July. Typically, grant revenues are going to trail just based upon the fact that we first have to expend those resources. So assuming that there's no questions about the revenues with grants, I'll slide to the next page and we'll talk about expenses. So when we look at the expenses, again, salary and fringe benefits, $107,000 worth of salary and benefit expenses here in July of '23 as compared to $20,000 same point in time last year. Purchase services, almost $420,000. Same point in time last year, $235,000. No capital object expenses. Think of those as like consumable type supplies. Whereas last year we had $95,000 total expenses, almost $543,000 as compared to $350,000. So again, now that those expenses have hit our books, we'll be working within the business office to file grant claims for those grants that had expenditures in the month of July so that we can receive those monies perhaps here in September, October, if the claim hasn't already been submitted. I will point out, Board Member Johnson, Committee Member Johnson, you asked about the purchase services, and this is a good example. That $419,000 that you see in the 23-24 carries a significant expenditure to Nexus, who is our contractor for the Beloit Memorial High School HVAC work that we had done over the summer. So probably $280,000+ of that is related to that project or a payment on that project. So a question that may come up is the capital objects, because I looked at this too and thought, I wonder what that is. So I did look that up, and that was a Zeus scanning station that's going to be used to support our automotive technology and instruction over at the Eclipse Center. So I don't really know what the device is, but I'm going to make an assumption that it's a scanner that's used with vehicles to help troubleshoot what the error codes are. Again, that's perhaps a little bit of a stretch by me, but something along those lines. So that then is the expenses for the grants. Any questions there before we turn to the summary page?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Regarding the AC, were we going to use some of the ESSER funding to pay for that?
Yes, the entire Nexus project air conditioning at Beloit Memorial High School is budgeted in ESSER 3.
Okay.
Originally budgeted for $5 million. I believe that project cost is going to be about $4.2 million. Unfortunately, that project will extend beyond when our ESSER 3 funds will be available to us. So that project will continue past the September 30th, 2024 deadline for ESSER funding. So there's going to be approximately, I would say, $250,000 to $500,000 worth of spending that'll be in the 24-25 budget that we'll need to cover to finalize that project.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just note, though, that does not cover the AC in the entire building.
Correct. Yeah. Any other questions on the grant expenses? All
Nope,
right.
good.
Going to jump back to the summary page and flip it around so we can see everything. Again, this page really is kind of the big picture look. And I think it's really important to point out that in the month of July, if you look at the bottom line, total revenue and expense, you'll see revenues coming in just over 117,000, almost $600, as compared to expenses of almost $2,200,000. So again, the importance of having that fund balance available so that we can tap into that and use that to cover our cash flow needs. Great example right here that, without having that, we would have, had to borrow over $2 million and then incur interest expenses on that to make our day-to-day operational needs. So if there's no questions on the summary, I believe that the board is asked to, or the committee, my apologies, is asked to move and approve those to the full board.
Could we have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor say aye.
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 All right.
Okay, the next item, 2023-24 preliminary budget. Mr. Chady?
Yeah, let me get that open for us and get to the right page, which I'm not.
Before we get started, I'm gonna just share, when we're thinking about our preliminary budget, naturally, these are the conversations that we have to start having now due to kind of where we are in the conversation. And in many different spaces, these conversations start at different times. Ours was a little different based off of the time in which we received the information from the state. Not having certain information also slows the process of these conversations. And now that we have this information, Mr. Chady and of course the business department have been able to, kind of get us to where we are now to have this conversation with our preliminary budget. It is a lot of details here, but it's also high-level overviews of a lot of different specific opportunities that Mr. Chady will walk us through. With that being stated, I also wanted to note that in these conversations, naturally, we're still getting there with making sure the budget is all as tight as it can possibly be. One of the things that I hope to do as a district administrator is to make sure that we are having these conversations throughout, and so that no matter what, people are getting information about our budget, and of course, it's impacting our school district. We are still working through a lot of different things. Again, one could argue you save money in one place, but then you get a budget as such from the state, and then you can't calculate that into the next year's budget and how it's going to impact us moving forward. So here we are now having these conversations, and again, this is our preliminary budget. Of course, naturally, you go through these conversations to get to a final budget, and once we get to that final budget, we'll be in a better place to kind of let people know kind of where we are and where we're going to go. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Chady for the overall presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garrison. So again, we're going to take a look at the 23-24, this current school year now preliminary budget. Before I begin into that, there's a couple of individuals that are with us today that I'd like to point out and identify and thank. First off, Mark Duff. Mark was the interim business official. We've kind of retained his services as a business office consultant here for a little bit. Mark really led the charge with the development of the 23-24 budget. I've been in the district not even 6 months now, looking at the calendar. So Mark had kind of started all of that. And then also with us today is Stephanie Elwood, who is our Director of Finance as well. So you've got your business office brain trust here, and I'll kind of take it from there. So when we build the budget, there's a number of assumptions that go into the budget building process, some challenges along the way as well. The first off is we usually start off by taking a look at what our membership numbers are, and I'll kind of do a little step back and talk about the difference between enrollment and membership because they are different things. So enrollment is really, if you think about enrollment, it's how many and which students are actually enrolled in your school district attending school. Today is a great example, right? The first day of school. So enrollment would be the kids that actually showed up today in school. A lot of those kids, the majority of those students, of course, are school district of Beloit residents, but not all. There are some open enrolled in students that come to us from other neighboring school districts also. So that's enrollment. Membership is really looking at those students that reside within the school district of Beloit, and those students that attend public institutional opportunities, or at least those opportunities that receive public funding. So that then would also entail open enrollment out students, so students that perhaps might be going to Turner, Parkview, Clinton, wherever. And then also charter school students are captured in membership as well. So when we look at it, we built the budget based on a declining membership. And you can see the membership numbers there. In the 21-22 school year, we had 6,451 members. At 22-23, we had 6,287 members. And in 23-24, we are estimating 6,216 members. So it's an estimate. That number will likely change. We'll know that value really here at the end of September. So the 3-year average within the revenue limit worksheet, 6,318 as compared to the prior year, which was 6,334. One of the known factors that finally came about as a result of the state biennial budget was a $325 increase in state per pupil funding within the revenue limit. So we're able to build that value in, which is both helpful and harmful at the same time, and we'll talk about that as we go. Another point is that we're using essentially the $11 million, almost $12 million of ESSER funding that is still available to us. We anticipate utilizing that full value here in the 23-24 school year, kind of as budget stabilization funds. Not really the ideal situation or scenario, but that is the hand, unfortunately, that the district is dealt with, and we need to utilize that strategy. Our 2023 estimated district equalization property aid is estimated to increase 14.6%. Our state general aid are being reduced by almost or just over $7 million, based largely on prior year expenditure levels. An important thing to note is that our salary adjustments are still to be determined. We have a value built into the budget. I'd prefer not to reiterate what that is because we're still pending negotiations with the Beloit Education Association. There is a value that administration feels is appropriate, so it's built into the budget, and we'll see where that goes with the negotiation process yet. We do have savings to some health plan design changes and updates that became effective here this current school year. So those are built into the budget. And we're also anticipating our expenses to increase just about $3 million to cover aid payments to independent charter schools and open enrollment. So those Beloit district residents that are utilizing a different public educational opportunity outside the district. So that's what's all built in. Some of the budget strategies, expenses in particular, reducing staffing. We anticipate reducing our staffing by at least 28 FTE. It could very well be more than that. At the end of August, there were 75 full-time equivalent positions that were open within the school district of Beloit. So it's unlikely that we're going to fill all of those. And those that essentially go unfilled provide us the opportunity to have some staff savings. So they're budgeted, but if we don't fill it, there's no expense associated to that position, which then provides some savings. However, keep in mind, if you don't fill those positions, the position exists for a reason to begin with, so then you have substitute costs or other costs as teachers have to cover classes, et cetera. Certainly not the ideal situation, but the labor market is tight and it is what it is. We also have reconfiguration savings built into the budget, department school budget expense reductions as well, and then again, taking a look at the revenues, we anticipate utilizing the nearly $12 million remaining in ESSER funding as budget stabilization funds to help cover some of those expenses this year.
Mr. Chetty, could I interrupt just for a quick second?
Most certainly.
Board Member Johnson and I are both have some questions. Do you want to wait till we get to the end to do that? Would you prefer that? Or do you want to go?
Can we wait to the end, and then we can tackle those questions? I mean, he's only a couple more slides in. We'll be almost done with that.
Very well.
Thank you so much.
I'll try to make sure I reserve some time. So the Revenue Limit Authority, just kind of a snapshot on how the revenue limit is calculated. It's a large Excel document, it's 4 pages long, so we try to simplify it here. And essentially, you take your resident membership, which we are anticipating 6,318 full-time equivalent students. You multiply that by the per pupil value of $10,367 per pupil, and that then equates out to the $65,496,432. I'm going to deviate a little bit and share a value with you from last year in our revenue per pupil. So compare this number that I'm about to read to you to the value that is right there, 65,496. Last year's number was 65,445,223. So a difference between the years there of about $40,000, pretty marginal. Within the revenue limit, then we add in our declining hold harmless exemption, which you can see is 0. Last year it was over $1.8 million. You add in your one-time non-recurring exemptions, which we anticipate being just over $2 million. Last year it was $3.4 million. And then you can add in your ongoing recurring exemptions, which is typically pretty small. Last year it was $5,700. That's what we're anticipating this year. The point is you add it all up and you end up under that revenue limit authority. And for the current 23-24, we're estimating that revenue limit authority to be approximately $67,534,767. And I'll just compare that to what our revenue limit authority was last year. It was $68,884,048. So a difference of about $1.35 million. So essentially, our revenue limit is not as strong this year as it was last year by $1,350,000. Just important to note, largely because of declining enrollment and the fact that that $325 per pupil increase essentially ate away at our hold harmless exemption, which was 1.8 million, and this year is 0. So while the public may see that we get an additional $325 per student, when you factor it all into the revenue limit, we actually end up with less money this year than we had last year. Just an important point to note there. Okay, resist the urge, huh?
No. I mean, if you know, as board members, we definitely want to get your questions answered. Just to let everyone know, we are experiencing some technology issues as well, so that's why you see us popping in and out. So hopefully, by the end of the presentation, everything will be back to normal. If not, we'll be able to capture everyone's questions live as well. Sorry about that.
Keep going? Okay. So again, talking about our revenue limit membership, this chart presents the history over time, and it dates back to 2009-10. You can kind of see that downward slide and trend. Of course, this year, the 23-24 is still an estimate. The third Friday pupil count occurs next Friday on September 5th. We then have 2 weeks to file that with the Department of Public Instruction, so it's due on September 29th. So really here at the end of October, probably at this meeting next month, we'll have a much stronger picture of what our actual membership is, and we'll be able to report on that. When you and the public look at this slide, you think, what the heck, right? I mean, obviously, it tells a story. It tells the story that membership is declining. That's not solely applicable to the school district of Beloit. I saw some stuff over the weekend that nearly 70% of the districts in the state of Wisconsin have declining membership, declining enrollment values. So it's probably more of a byproduct of family structures. You know, I've got 8 and 9 aunts and uncles on my mom and dad's side. My parents had 4 kids, I had 2, right? So just family structures are becoming smaller and smaller. So that's probably the greater drive to reduce membership. This slide here talks of the revenue limit tax authority with respect to general aid. I'm just going to come down to the very bottom and walk through just to kind of move more quickly through this. So our revenue limit authority, 67.5 million. And then you subtract out the state aid and the high poverty aid, which unfortunately the high poverty aid, while it was not eliminated in the state budget, the funding of the aid was eliminated. So the high poverty aid still exists, but there's no money to support it at the state level. So anyway, you subtract out those values and you come to the far right, and essentially your allowed limited tax levy, which this year is estimated to be about 5.5 million for the general fund and just under $1 million to support our Fund 38 non-referendum approved debt. Looking at revenue from sources, just kind of how to read through this. So the second column from the left is our general fund, Fund 10, and then the next column to the right, Fund 27, special education, and then finally a total column. The last column on the right represents the percentage of budget. And if you kind of look at that, you know, it's pretty obvious. You could see there the 73.77% of our budget and revenues are due to come from the state, either through state aid or through other state categorical aids. And quite honestly, the next largest source is right below it, the federal sources, 19.03%. So between state and federal sources, that's going to make up almost 92.7% of our district revenues are going to come from state or federal revenues. So a couple of pie charts to kind of display things as well. So we've got our general fund revenues by source. So this is just for our general fund, Fund 10. You can see 74.303% come from the state, 18.14% from the Fed, and then 6.08% will come from local sources, primarily property taxes. And then the next slide is special education fund revenue by source. We'll come back to the general fund, and we'll take a look first at the state. 30.26% is estimated to come from state sources, 13.81% from federal sources, and then the general fund transfer will make up the vast majority of the revenues for special education, 55.9%, and that equates out to about $8.6 million. Taking a look at expenses by object, again, the same type of presentation, left to right, salaries and benefits, the first 2 rows, 39.1 and 19.3% respectively. The next row down, the purchase services, and committee member Johnson, you asked about that again. Those are our contracted custodial, transportation, technology, utilities, fall into that category as well. So those are kind of the large ones. And if you really look at the percentage of budget for the remainder of them, they're all relatively minor with the exception of that fund transfer, 8.8 million represents about 8% of the budget. And of course, that's the interfund transfers that are necessary from the general fund, Fund 10, for the most part to Fund 27, the special education fund, and perhaps the Fund 50. And I looked to Mark, I can't remember if there was a Fund 50 transfer needed or not. There was not, okay, thank you. Expenses by function for the year are displayed next. Instruction and instructional support, you can see listed there. That makes up about $65 million of our expenses. You know, about 57% of our expenses fall in that line item. Those purchase services that we talked about, facilities, pupil transportation, business services, utilities, et cetera, about $13.9 million, so that composes about 15.8% of the budget. And then the next largest one really is instructional service payments, including open enrollment payments. And then quite honestly, I would put the next 2 rows in there as well. Oops, I'm sorry. payments to private voucher schools and then charter school payments as well. You know, we add all of that up, and it's $14 to $15 million in expenses is categorized in those three rows. Again, a pie chart just to show where the money goes. Again, instructional support represent about 56% of the budget. Facilities, people, transportation, bus services, technology, an additional 16%. So the pie chart is there. We'll next turn our attention and look a little bit at the fund balance over time. And I think it's important to do that for a couple of reasons, obviously. The last row talks about our percentage of general fund expenses, and you can see that. I'll just point out that the board has School Board Policy 662.3, which states that our fund balance should be in the range of 14 to 25%. And it further states that we should have a target of at least 18%. So as we look at this through the years, I think the district has been in a good position with being within that range. However, we took a significant downfall in the 21-22 school year. We do estimate that our 22-23 school year will have a deficit budget of just over $2 million. That'll eat away at our fund balance. And as our 23-24 budget is currently presented, it does include a deficit budget of about $2.3 million, which would further diminish our fund balance as well. So really the last three columns in this chart we would not fall within the current board policy of having a minimum of 14% fund balance. A couple of last slides, and then I can attend to some of your questions for you. So the tax levy impact here, again, it's really important. These are preliminary numbers. They're based on budgetary estimates, and there's going to be values that are going to change over the next 4 weeks, in really probably even six weeks or so. So I think these values put us in the right ballpark, but I wouldn't be placing money on these as far as what the final is. So when we look at the all-fund tax levy for the 23-24 school year, you can see our all-fund tax levy just over $6.5 million. Please note and read down the rest of the rows in that column. You know, we're about half of what the tax levy has been in prior years. Our mill rate currently estimated to be $2.45 per thousand. Again, that's going to be factored or is going to be impacted by DPI final certification of state equalized property, DPI's final equalization aid certification, which will come on October 15th or thereabouts as well. So those numbers are going to be adjusted yet between now and the end of October. So really all of those prior slides dealt with the two largest funds, Fund 10, our general operation fund, and Fund 27, our special education fund. There are another of other segregated funds that we have, Fund 21, which is our special project fund. Think of that as like student activity accounts. Activity, we've got two debt service funds that are listed there, Fund 38, Fund 39, a capital improvement trust fund, Fund 46, our food service operation funds, and Fund 50, our other post-employment benefit trust fund, Fund 73, community service fund, and Fund 80, and then finally our cooperative program fund, Fund 99. You can see the activity, the revenues and expenses there, really outside of the food service fund, all fairly negligible. I wouldn't discount any of those. They're all important, but in the grand scheme of things, somewhat on the smaller side, and thus the focus on Fund 10 and Fund 27. Couple of final slides is one to talk a little bit about the final budget work. So this is a preliminary budget that we're bringing to the board today, to the Finance Committee today, the board this evening. 2 weeks from tonight, we hope to bring back a budget for the school board to adopt and approve, and then to send that to the budget hearing that will occur in mid-October. But again, some of the big things, one, our September 15th, third Friday pupil count report. That's the day that we take that snapshot. It takes a couple of weeks to actually gather all the numbers, submit that to the DPI. So we'll know that by September 29th when it's due. Based upon that, it also provides us an opportunity to review our current staffing levels and see if there's any opportunities for adjustments that may be necessary. The state aid is certified from the Department of Public Instruction on October 15th, and thereafter then the board will be asked to approve or adopt the final budget and set the actual tax levy in the latter part of October. So we will need to hold a budget hearing. I'm hoping that we can do that. I believe it's like the week of October 9th. We actually, after the board adopts the budget, hopefully on the 19th, then we have to remit it to the Beloit Daily News. It has to be printed in the newspaper, and then 15 days thereafter, we can hold the budget hearing. So we'll try to schedule all of that out, but that'll put us in that mid-October timeframe. The last bullet to point out here is that this year we do have state and federal grant estimates included in the budget. My understanding was that that was not included last year at this point in time. So again, we've got that built into the budget. I think I've covered it all, so I know there's questions. Yeah, go for it.
I know that we're early, but do we have a student count at this point of who's enrolled and who's not? And
Sure.
okay.
So we do have a student count right now. And what I like to say is right now it's most important. Of course, we want to get all the students in the seats. Right now, as it pertains to student schedules, like printing off schedules, that means people have went through the process. We have a little bit over 5,100 students. However, I also like to look at attendance is another thing, right? And so this is a rolling conversation. And in attendance today, we had a little over 4,800 students in attendance. That meant that, so if you do the average of both of the numbers, we had about 93% attendance in our district today. Now, with that being stated, that's why that third Friday count is so important, because again, you can have a specific number, but you also have those students in those seats. And so we're working very closely with our school administration and enrollment offices to make sure we capture everyone who is not in seats and getting them getting them, of course, to school is very important to us over these next, in essence, 2 weeks, because the first Friday actually fell on last Friday, and we have to count that Friday because it's always the third Friday of each month.
What can we do to motivate the students to be here? Is that a cool thing to do?
It's never a bad thing to do to motivate kids to come to school. I think it's the best thing we can do is make sure that they have a loving environment where there's a caring teacher ready to receive them. According to the research, students learn best when they have a teacher that believes that they can learn at highest levels. And so I believe that's the main thing we can do to motivate them, that we have a caring teacher ready for them and a caring administration ready for them to continue the conversation around why it's important to be in school. Naturally, again, we are doing a lot, though, to make sure all of our students are here. I send out messages. We've done that all through the summer. That's, again, put us in a place where we can say we had about a little over 93% attendance for the first day of school, which is pretty outstanding. However, every day is different, and student attendance is also different. So we're working through those conversations accordingly.
Okay, kind of a general comment. I think that Brian and Tia and I all agreed together that we would really like, for lack of a better term, a line item budget, so that we know truly what is what. I think all of us look at these numbers, and we get questions outside this room, a lot of questions. And it's nice if we can be able to, give facts as long as they're allowed to be given. But you know what I'm saying? It's I worked with budgets. I ran an operating facility in California for 14 years, and I had I spent lots of Sundays and Saturdays in my office. So I know what it's all about. It's a lot of work. So I appreciate what all of you do for that. I know it's hard, and yours is even more complex than what mine was. So, but it's hard. It's just challenging to look and the funds and the numbers. What they mean, the category. Exactly what is that. The purchase services.
Yep.
T and I were talking about that. That's a
Yeah, we have nothing to hide. We can
No,
certainly.
I know you don't.
Yeah, we can
Same.
certainly provide that for you.
right.
It may be challenging. I mean, so in our world, we deal with these long account code strings, and then we have a budget column and a dollar, attributed to it. But we can certainly provide the descriptors of what each component of that long account code string is. So certainly.
Great.
Let me
Do we-
clarify. Let me clarify your question. Is it that you want more simplified information or more details on the information that's being provided? I just want to make sure I'm clear as well. Because me and
More-
Mr. Chady work very closely with.
More detailed information that supports what we see here.
Okay. And so when you say more detailed information,
Well, for examples, what are the reconfiguration savings? How much?
Yeah, so reconfiguration savings would have been related to personnel for the most part. If I recall correctly, we had between last year and this year, we're down 55.3 FTE as a result of reconfiguration.
Okay.
So each full-time equivalent,
average about 75, maybe.
yeah, about $75,000 is what an average expense cost is for a teacher. I don't believe that they were all teachers, but yeah.
I understand. I think one of the hardest parts is, again, the budget is already very massive. And again, adding more to the massive conversation could also lead to more confusion. And I don't want to do that as well. I want the public to be very keen to what we're doing naturally. There's nothing that we're not sharing, because everything that we are sharing is we're putting it out there. And so, again, sometimes extra layers of information leads to more confusion, because it's like, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? And looking at such a detailed budget of over $95+ million could be line items beyond line items. And so we can provide more details, of course, based off of what questions you may have. And I think that'll help us get to a budget that you all want to see.
Okay. Remember, Johnson, do you have a question or two? I know you do.
Yep.
So-
So why is this year's hold harmless 0?
This year's hold harmless is 0 because when we add it into, or when we compute the revenue limit, this 4-page spreadsheet, when we add in the $325 per pupil increase, it essentially says that you don't need as much money as the hold harmless exemption because the state's giving us more money. But they're not really, because it eats away at that hold harmless exemption. Yep, so the hold harmless exemption is there for declining enrollment purposes, which we're still in, but because our base revenue limit is higher this year than it was last year, it negates out that hold harmless exemption. So again, it's really important to point out, while we do receive $325 more per pupil, the end result of our revenue limit calculation is about $1.3 million less in the 23-24 school year than it was in the 22-23 school year.
Okay. And do you know why the funding at the state level for the high poverty aid was eliminated? Or not?
Not funded?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, so I believe that the Joint Finance Committee repurposed those dollars from high poverty aid to support the additional allocation at the state level in the general equalization aid. So essentially, they took the money for high poverty aid and transferred it over to the equalization aid, which generally would help Beloit because we are a highly aided district. But it does, I can't remember the value of what our high poverty aid was last year. I think it was like $180,000, if I remember correctly. So,
I think it's also difficult is to determine how the state will ever do a budget. And so, I mean, if we have the consistencies of budget being released on time, if we had the consistency of budgets being done the same way each time, it'd be a lot easier for us to, make these assumptions as pertains to our funds and its impact. Unfortunately, naturally, no one knew that, of course, they was going to do what they did this year. And here are some of the intricacies that, unfortunately, the state is not necessarily, I shouldn't say isn't thinking about, but
150.
it impacts us differently based off of our context. It's not the same apples to apples from in every school district. This budget actually helps some other districts very, very much so, with low poverty or not necessarily receiving certain aids because they probably didn't need it. In our case, we needed it, and therefore, it not being here anymore actually hurt us.
Yeah, and I misstated. Mr. Duff looked up the high poverty aid from last year was about $350,000. So, any other questions?
On the slide for expenses by object for 2023-24, I think it would be helpful to break out the salaries and benefits by administrative staff and teachers. Is that possible?
Well, it's possible to provide more depth to the salary line in particular and the benefit line. There are other employee groups there as well, instructional support staff, operational staff, et cetera. So,
Okay, then how about teachers, staff, and administration? Is that a more realistic?
I would
Description.
imagine we could do that.
And in the same area, the purchase services that you've got there that we've discussed before, if you could just give us a list of what those cover. Like you mentioned, custodial, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Are you just simply looking for a better description of the description column, or would you prefer that those items be broken out a little bit further in more detail?
Yes,
Okay.
more detail. Okay.
Can do.
Then on the next slide, expenses by function. So under administration, you've got 6,000,007. Everybody can read it, and then you go to 7,338,000. How did we go up by $585,000, almost 586?
Yeah, good observation. I would venture to guess that there's a value missing in the Special Education Fund 27 column. I see that as being zero.
Okay.
And clearly, there would be administrative costs for special ed
Okay.
that aren't reflected there, our oversight.
Okay. Well, you can look at that then.
Yep.
On the next line, facilities, pupil transportation, business services, we got 15 million in the general fund, and in the special ed fund, we got $1,000,001, and we subtracted it from to get to the total instead of adding it.
Good observation. We'll correct that as well.
Okay. See, I have done budgets before. That's why I have no hair.
Yeah, great.
That's my excuse. I'm going to stick to it.
Is that a forewarning?
Well, you guys, it hasn't affected you two guys. So anyway, down in the last two lines, private school vouchers and charter school payments. So you've got the general fund, and then you get to the total with nothing in between, and it went down. So I calculated the total come to between the two is 1.1 million. Is that the amount that we keep from the money that comes in for those other educational associations?
I'm
No,
sorry.
because our expenses are going to be greater than our revenues. the amount that we would keep, you're thinking of what the revenue per member is versus the open enrolled out payment, which would be the row just
Right.
above that. Yeah, but our expenses for private school and charter school are going to exceed what our revenue limit amount is.
Okay. So, but anyway, what is the difference there between $1.7 million and $1.4 million and $6.1 million and $5.3 million?
Yeah, good question. I've circled both of those values, and
Okay.
we'll review those calculations between now and the 19th.
Okay, good. Okay. Go ahead.
Since we're on this slide, central services, can you give me an example of that?
Central services, probably the easiest example there would be the district's print and copy center over at Aldrich would fall under there. Some of our human resource activity, I think, falls under central services. So if I recall correctly, that's the 260,000 function. Professional development for non-instructional staff, so like our aides, principals, et cetera, would fall under that category as well. Those are the ones that immediately come to my mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, the last big question that I think that we have is that and I know a lot of folks here weren't here at that time, but what really happened in 21, 22 regarding the fund balance?
Yeah, that is a good question. Without stating the obvious, our expenses significantly outpaced our revenues in 21, 22. That generated a $6 million plus deficit. We'll answer that question.
There was a significant, like a $4 million increase in self-insurance health benefit costs
Okay.
added to our deficit in that year. And then we ended up saving. So the district is self-insured, so sometimes the health benefit costs exceed our estimates, and other times we save money. So in that year, we had a significant overage. We had a lot of high-cost claims in our health benefits, so we went over by several $1 million from what we expected from our consultants, and so that added to our deficit. Now, the next year, we ended up saving a couple $1 million. So that's kind of how the self-insurance goes. It was a bad year for 21, 22 for our health insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Duff.
Just, I'm going to add a question here. What about the year that the charter school came online and that 3.3 million was deducted that year? But one of the explanations we were given from administrators in place at the time was that it wasn't expected that that was going to come out immediately.
Yeah,
Okay, so so when the question about what happened really is the self-insurance is an explanation, and then also with the coming online of the charter school and the fund payment that the district needed to ship over there, it wasn't anticipated. You go back and watch the school board meetings from that time. It was like, oh, we didn't anticipate that we would have to send that payment to them this year. So that was 3.3 million. That was not anticipated to be sent that year. That added to that number.
right. So, keep in mind that the surplus and deficit at the end of every fiscal year is really going to be the culmination of a number of different factors. And, you really want to go back and try to identify those larger factors. Yep. Any other questions on that presentation? You'll get an opportunity again in a couple hours during the regular board meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chady. Thank you, Mr. Duff, and thanks for all your help. And Stephanie, welcome aboard. Okay, we need a motion to move the preliminary budget to the regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. In the interest of time, I think we will table item B, review of board policy 185.1. It's not critical that we take care of that tonight, so could I have a motion to table that?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay, our next meeting day will be Tuesday, October 3rd at 5:30. And could I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned at 6:32.
Okay, Board Member Schneider and Board Member Levy, are you on? Can you hear? I saw both their icons, but I didn't hear them. Ms. Shope, did you? I can see you, Greg, I just couldn't hear you. I heard your voice faintly, but it's not through the overall, like the regular system. I know we're having some work done here too, so. We're just trying to get our technical part together. I might have to unmute your sound. I mean, we might have to play one of the sounds from one of the computers and try not to get the echo, but we'll see. Yeah, Board Member Schneider, will you try to speak? Board Member Schneider, can you try to speak? Board Member Schneider, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay.
Can we use the chat?
Yeah.
I think as long as we keep the chat, I think we're okay to use the chat because then it's a recorded part of the meeting.
Okay, hold on a minute. So I turned my sound on, but we know at some point in time that might create that reverberating echo. So Greg, can you speak? Greg, will you speak? Okay. Board Member Levy, will you speak?
Okay, Amy says Greg and I can hear each other, but
I just sent Megan a text that we can hear each other, but not them.
Okay, well, I can hear you now because I took the volume, but can you hear me? So I'll have to use my mic
Kind of
too.
a boring meeting if we can't hear them.
Or fantastic.
Or not a meeting. Or not a meeting. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Well, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, so we're connected. I got the microphone on here in the building, but I have the microphone and my volume on the computer. And like I said, when the computer comes around, it'll probably be reverberating. Are we recording yet, Ms. Shope? Or? Okay, it's just the phone system here. So the two of you can hear me,
Yes.
Yes.
and I can hear you, and everyone else in the room can hear you, so we're going to proceed. All right? If somebody's got an issue along the way, we'll stop and work it out. Okay, so I'm going to call to order the Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:42 p.m. After we've had these technical difficulties to work out. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Maybe. Tia Johnson.
Here?
Brian Nichols.
Here.
Brian Anderson is unable to be here tonight. Megan Miller.
present?
Amy Levy.
Here.
Greg Schneider.
Present?
And Sean Levy.
Present.
So all members are present. I have Greg Schneider and Amy Levy virtual, and Brian Anderson is absent.
Okay. So we're on to C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved?
Second.
Been moved by Board Member Megan Miller, seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion?
Yes. I just wanted to note that the 2023-2024 addendum matrix should not appear as a resource to approve the employee recommendations because it hasn't been approved yet.
Okay. I'll take note of that when we get to that section. All right. All right. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy with a second by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. 2A, discussion information items, 2023-2024 addenda matrix.
Just so that I'm clear, the addendum matrix, I believe, have brought to the board for approval in the previous years, and so that's why it's showing up now for approval. And so if I'm missing something, you have to let me know at this point.
Okay. So, Board Member Levy, I do see your hand, so give us a minute, and then we'll get to your hand. So I think that just as you present the matrix, one question would be, has anything changed on the matrix from the last time it was used? Because it may change if different amounts or decisions have been made towards compensation for those, coaching duties or activity assignments, then that is a change in the contract that would be issued. So that would be, when you bring a change to the matrix, what you're bringing to our attention and asking us to approve, because those will be the contracts that'll go out to those employees for serving in those roles. And so, Board Member Levy, I'm going to have, well, let's get your question first, and then, because Mrs. Almendaris is at the microphone ready to respond also. But let's have your question, Board Member Levy.
Oh, it's not a question. I was just responding to Dr. Garrison's inquiry. So just a couple things. One, the last matrix was approved May 11th, 2021. So I know Dr. Garrison had mentioned in the past, this is something that we look at annually. Currently, that's not the way that works. If that changes, that's fine. I could catch your pitch. But just so we're clear, that has not been our practice in the past. And just to clarify my point about that appearing on the agenda, it shouldn't be used as a reference if it hasn't been approved yet. And we did discuss it at our last meeting, but the proposed addendum matrix for the 23-24 school year has not been approved yet.
All right, so just for clarification, your point is like if like when we look at some of the exhibits, if those salaries are based off of, let's say if there was a bowling coach and that salary was increased by $1,000 and the person were going to be compensated based off the change, you're saying that change shouldn't have been used to determine the salary because the matrix had not yet been approved. Is that kind of the point that you're making?
In theory, yes. That's not the specific reason. It's not good practice to use something as a reference that hasn't been approved yet. That's my point.
Okay. Right, so then I think that the other part of, well, that's something that we'll get worked out too. I understand what you're saying. And I think that, I have Ms. Almendaris is going to speak, but I think that the point of, when we had our last meeting, there was a possible change. And looking at this updated matrix, seems that reflects the actions that we took at the last meeting, that nothing did change. But I think our administration is just trying to, get things straight. But I'll have them explain it.
Good evening. I also want to point out that none of the items on Exhibit B, which uses the attachment or any matrix really that we have approved, none of those items have changed in the matrix. So if it's a matter of swapping out the 21 versus the 23-24, we can do that. What we would like is to be proactive in ensuring that we have our staff with their addendums on hand as we start this school year. And although I do recognize the technicality, I just want to make you feel rest assured that none of those 4 individuals are getting an addendum for any revised value on the matrix.
Okay.
So, thank you for the explanation, Board Member Levy. Again, my hopes is that I was just looking at when it was last approved. I'm not sure what happened in the previous year. Here I am this year. Thought it should be brought back. I did have conversations with, Board President Levy about this conversation as well. And if it's out of context, that was not the intention, but I also wanted to make sure everyone had the information to make a decision.
So the first question I would ask, I would just say on this 2A, or does any other board member have a question? All right. Board Member Levy?
No, I was just putting my hand up to indicate that I have questions, but I'm completely fine with waiting until whenever you get to that point.
Questions for 2A or other?
No, my questions are for the matrix.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and no difference. These are all questions that I asked at the last meeting. The first is, what's the difference between an activity and a club? Because both of them appear on the matrix.
Sorry. They're both extracurriculars, and so activities and clubs are just organized differently, and clubs are recognized activities that are consistent, whereas other activities are those which are specific to the building for the purpose of increasing the value of the education to the students.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what that means. There are clubs listed and there are also activities listed. I don't understand what the difference is, but they're labeled differently. So in case I'm missing something.
Is your question just asking, so on this addendum matrix, the people, or in general, most likely the teachers, that classification of employee or other employees that are serving, they either have their standard work agreement or their teacher contract, and this is something extra, whether it's an activity, a club, or an athletic event. This is supplemental pay that's being offered for, and compensation is being offered for those other duties. I think that along when this 21-22 matrix was put forward, I think the question was, why does football make more than the other sports? And, there's different philosophies. In the end, it's what a board at some time valued those positions as, and that was what was decided. Sometimes districts will determine that if a sport has X amount of competitions and a practice, how long the season is, how many students are participating, they give different values. And some of these things have been developed and defined long before 21-22. I don't think I was on the board at that time, but I do remember the questions that you were asking, and there were different answers that were given. But this is kind of carryover from teacher contract language and supplemental pay that used to be in work agreements when we had unions and handbooks that covered supplemental pay. And so the legacy of this 23-24 is built off of that 21-22, and that 21-22 was built off of educational practice that had been in place that sometimes in a while people can't even explain. It's just what we've been doing.
No, that's actually not what I'm asking at all. My issues with the pay for athletics, I think those have been resolved when the 2021 matrix came out. But my question is, what's the difference between an activity and a club?
So are you asking how is our current administration defining an activity versus what a club is?
Yeah, that would be helpful because activities are listed and clubs are listed, and I don't know what the difference is. So that's why I'm asking.
I want to add to that question too, because there are some building level things on that addendum matrix also. And my understanding from, just trying to add to your question, is that there were certain principal choice positions or things that are assigned at the school level, and we were trying to capture what other contracts, additional monies beyond the regular compensation is given to employees. And those things were added to this matrix. But to Mrs. Almendaris and our administration and Dr. Garrison.
And just to be clear, I think what you just added on is a separate question. Mine is really simple. What's the difference between a club and an activity? Because both of them are listed, and I don't understand the difference.
Sure. Thank you, Board Member Lee, for your question. As I understand it, I haven't seen any specific definitions for the difference between an activity and a club. I've seen them listed as such since I've been here, and I've also seen them as such listed in other places. I never specifically asked the question, the difference between an activity and a club. I don't know if we have that in writing anywhere as well, and so I don't want to be misleading and giving you a false answer. So I don't know if there's a difference between an activity and or club, but maybe there is, and it's not in writing somewhere. They've always been listed as activities and or clubs.
Okay, so if no one objects, unless someone knows what the difference is, can we just call activities and clubs one thing? And I don't have a preference which one it is. I like to keep things clear and simple.
I wouldn't, that's something for our administration to consider. I think like the establishment, what Dr. Garrison said is, what is the established criteria of the difference? I think we need to research that and figure out how they defined it, because it's not our current administration that's defined it. They've defined it out of the consistency of what's been done in the past.
I think that's perfect. Can we agree that if after the research is done, there is no difference, we pick one and stick with that?
I mean, that's an administrative function. I'd rather receive the recommendation that they bring to us. But I understand what you're asking them to do.
Okay, then I'm asking the question of the administration. If you find that there's a difference, just please let us know. If you find there's not a difference, could you pick one and we just call it that?
Well, Board Member Levy, the only thing I'm saying is I understand your request, but that's something that 4 board members at a minimum should request from the administration, not just one.
Thank you for that clarification. I was listening to the tail end of the last meeting, and there were requests coming from 1 board member, and the response wasn't, that needs to come from 3 other board members. But okay, should I continue with my next question?
Ask your next question, please.
Thank you so much. The Academy team leaders is new to the addendum listing, and there's 6 positions allocated. And at our last meeting, when the matrix was kind of unveiled to the board, Ms. Peltz said that there were 5 academies. So 2 for freshmen, 1 for BOP, 1 for HES, and 1 for PACMES. So I'm wondering why that hasn't been corrected on the addendum matrix.
If that's a correction that we need to go back and make, we can go back and make that correction.
Okay, perfect. So again, that would change from 6 to 5. My next question, which again, all of these I asked at, I believe, our August 15th meeting, our bilingual program liaison is new on the addendum listing. Now, it's my understanding that we already have bilingual homeschool liaisons as a standalone position. So how are the bilingual homeschool liaisons different from the bilingual program liaisons that are listed on the matrix?
I don't have the job description for the bilingual program liaison, but they're 2 totally different categories. The employee, which is the homeschool liaison, those are interacting daily with parents and students and staff. They assist with translating, they assist with forms, etc., and that is a regular job. The bilingual program liaison is at each building overseeing all of the different buildings' activities, and I would like to ask TLE to correct me if that's not accurate. And also the position, the one that is actually an FTE, just recently was recommended for a title change to family liaison, correct?
Bilingual family support specialist.
Bilingual family support. He changed it to something that would encompass more than just the, yeah. So these entities do not perform the same functions as our FTE, and I will be more than happy to locate the job description for this function and send it to you because the functions are very much different. They're a different scope.
Okay, yeah, it would be helpful to have that information, and instead of just sending me the job functions, if you could just send me the differences, that would be great.
Will do.
My next question, again, that I asked at the August meeting, is that noon supervision at their intermediate level is currently 5 per site. So is there a reason the number of proposed allotted addendums has been reduced from 5 to 4, now that we have more students at our middle school level?
When we worked on reviewing this addendum matrix, one of the things that we did was include our director of athletics and activities as well as our principals so that we can review the values and the different categories. It is at their discretion what the number is that they recommended for their building. So it was not an HR decision to unilaterally change it, but it was what they felt the need was for their building.
Okay, so I believe you're referring to the athletic activities liaisons. That wasn't my question. My question is the noon supervision at the intermediate level is currently approved for 5 per site. So 5 people at 4 different sites was how the current matrix read. Now that we're moving to 2 intermediate sites, or now middle school sites, it went from 5 to 4. So if we have more students in the building, I'm sure there's a reason for it. It's just not obvious to me why we would lower that number from 5 to 4.
So this was done at the discretion of the 2 middle school administrators, and these correspond with the number of lunch sessions at each school and what they felt was needed at their school as part of the reconfiguration. So I don't have the numbers or what you're seeking as much as what those administrators felt was needed at their individual middle school when we met to discuss what they need or don't need as far as the matrix revisions.
Okay, so let me try to make this simpler. Is the administration at CAC comfortable with having fewer bodies for noon supervision at our middle schools?
So whenever we look at how many students, how many people are needed, we all, like I said, like Mrs. Almendarez mentioned, we consult with our principals. And if they believe right now is what they need, this is what we went off of. Now, with that being stated, if there's a need to come back to the conversation as it pertains to additional supervision, then we would bring that back to in this case, the HR committee for consideration.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that because there was a change and it wasn't obvious the reason for the change for me. I believe my last question, SEB coaches, formerly identified as PBIS, the addendum range at high school, and this is for the currently approved matrix, at the high school level, depending on experience, you would either receive $1,148 through $2,068. The range for intermediate level was $460 to $1,380, again depending on experience, and then finally the elementary level was $232, ranging up to $1,148. Now here's my question. With a proposed amount of $1,200, that just flat rate, anyone at the high school level that has more than 1 year of experience is getting a significant cut. And then subsequently, it's a much smaller cut, but anyone at the intermediate level with 7 or more years of experience is receiving a reduced amount. And so I'm just wondering why we would cut those so drastically for SEB coaches at the high school level, again, that have more than 1 year of experience.
Mr. Chady, responding here, because I remember this conversation well. We were in the training room next door with principals discussing. My recollection was that the SEB coaches at the elementary level were not paid, if I recall that correctly, though they were at the middle school intermediate level and the high school level. So we found kind of a common ground where we can and should compensate all staff that were performing those duties, though retaining the overall expense at the same dollar value. So it ended up being about $1,200 per individual.
So just for clarification, according to the approved matrix, now I can't speak to what was actually happening in the buildings, but at the intermediate level, it's less detailed or refined. It simply says all clubs and activities. And again, there's a range from $460 to $1,380, depending on years of experience. Same concept at the elementary level, but lower amount. So theirs starts at $232 and ranges up to $1,148.
Right.
But my more significant point is switching to the flat fee of $1,200 really impacts the SEB coaches at the high school level. Because if you have more than 1 year of experience, that's a pay cut for you. And I'm just wondering, is there a reason that the decision was made to cut the pay for SEB coaches, formerly CBIS, for anyone at the high school level with more than 1 year of experience?
I believe that the middle school and high school administration were comfortable with that reduction so that the colleagues that were performing similar duties at the elementary level were adequately compensated without increasing district expenditures.
And the assistant coach was also eliminated.
Thank you for confirming that, but it seems like it would have balanced out since SEB's support has been eliminated. But as long as they're fine with a pay cut for more than 1 year of experience at the high school, and the administration has confirmed that, I mean, that's fine if that's the recommendation. That ends my questions, Board President Levy. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other board members with questions about the addendum? So, because there are a number of questions that were added, or that were asked, and this is kind of the benefit, because this will be, I would like to receive this as we've, asked those questions as discussion and information, because there are some changes as we discussed. I would just, if the administration could bring to us some of the other answers for that, and if we're going to move forward with the addendum matrix, to have that come back, and then we can approve that or vote to approve it at that time at another meeting. We also, so is anybody on the board, are you opposed to that, or does that work for you? That we receive this as discussion tonight? Okay, I'm going to assume that means yes. So then secondly, on before we go to employment recommendations, do have a question because we got to balance our time here, because we're up to our regular meeting. We have a significant number of guests to recognize this evening. Is there a need to go into closed session before I read the motion language? Does anybody have closed session items to bring up for Exhibit A and B? Okay. So if there are no closed session items for A and B, is there a motion for Exhibit A and Exhibit B?
I move the approval of Exhibits A and B as posted.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, the motion passes unanimously. Our next meeting date is Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, at 6:30 PM. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All right, so motion passes unanimously. We're adjourned. It is now 7:09. We've got people out to gather, so we're going to try to get started here at 7:15 with our next meeting. All right, board members, we're at 7:14, so we're going to get started in a minute.
We have to do the same thing we did for the last meeting. They have
Okay.
talked to-
Okay.
It's a phone connection issue.
Gotcha. Yep. Board member Schneider and Levy will be starting in about a minute. Gotta get us set. All right, at this time, I'm going to call to order the September 5th, 2023 regular board meeting at 7:15 PM. Before we begin, the Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. I'd like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. And for the board members that are joining online, we're still working through that communication issue with the telephone line, so we'll be participating in the same manner we did in the other meeting so that we can hear you. So let's just check. Board Member Levy, can you hear?
I can.
Okay, Board Member Schneider?
I can hear.
Okay, and we can hear you, so we're moving forward. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller.
Present?
Brian Anderson cannot be with us this evening. Brian Nichols,
Here.
Tia Johnson,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present except Brian Anderson.
Okay. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, the motion passes unanimous. The Pledge of Allegiance, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We are done. Mrs. Shope, do we have public comment?
I
All
have two
right.
emails.
We have 2 emails for public comment. Please read the emails.
Okay. The first one is from citizen Carol Fox, 1607 Crescent. Dear members of the Board of Education and Dr. Garrison, yesterday I sent you all an email on the topic of attendance and chronic absenteeism. I hope you will take some time to review that data. I'm assuming that this critical issue is a topic that you are pursuing as a district. However, I believe that addressing the issue of chronic absenteeism should be the highest priority of the district right now. Chronic absenteeism has been a problem for our district in the past, but was drastically affected by the COVID crisis. According to the figures in 21-22, 56% of our students missed 18 days of school or more, and those rates were just as prevalent in the early grades as in the high school. Students are experiencing significant gaps in their learning, and those gaps are growing. You have now reconfigured your schools. As staff focus on rebuilding the cultures and climates of these schools, attending school regularly must be part of that culture. No amount of time or money being spent on curriculum, district initiatives, or special programming will be effective if our students aren't there to receive it. I trust that you've already begun some work in this area. Hopefully, the information that I sent you may provide additional impetus toward these goals. Thank you.
Okay, second email.
And the second email is entitled Beloit Everything is from Jawan Winfield. He says, I am a proud Purple Knight and class of 1999. I wanted to say some encouraging words to the board members, students, teachers, staff, and parents of Beloit. As we gather today for this school board meeting, let us remember the profound impact our decisions and actions have on our children's lives and the future of our community. Our collective purpose here is not just about managing a system, but shaping our students' dreams, aspirations, and destinies. In the moments of doubt or challenge, let's remind ourselves that every significant change in history began with an idea, a hope, and a dream. Our schools are the nurturing grounds for such hopes and dreams. They are places where creativity flourishes, friendships are formed, characters are built, and the future leaders of our community and nation are cultivated. I applaud each of you for your dedication and commitment to the noble education task. Every hour spent in deliberation, every policy framed, every decision made is a brick to the edifice of our children's future. It is a testament to our unwavering belief that every child has the right to quality education, irrespective of the background, and that every child has the potential to excel if given the right opportunities. In the face of challenges, let us not falter, but instead be emboldened by the immense possibilities that lie ahead. Let us come together, pooling our wisdom, experience, and passion to create an educational environment that is inclusive, innovative, and inspiring. To our teachers, I thank you for your invaluable contributions, patience, and unyielding dedication. You are the torchbearers who light the path for our children, guiding them with knowledge, compassion, and wisdom. To our parents, thank you for entrusting us with your most precious treasures. Your unwavering support, involvement, and faith in our schools are the pillars on which we stand. And to our students, remember always that you are the reason we are here. We believe in you, in your dreams, and in your boundless potential. Keep reaching for the stars and know that we are here cheering you on every step of the way. In unity, we can accomplish incredible things. Let's continue working together, fostering a community of learning, growth, and success for all. Thank you. #Beloit Everything. Jawan Winfield, Sr.
Okay. Any public comment in the, okay, no one signed up. I did forget to read our norms for public comment, but I'm not going to read them now. And just to Ms. Fox and to former administrator and to Mr. Winfield, a former board member, we received your research, your recommendations, and your encouragement. And we're now ready for the reports to the board, superintendent board report.
So it is my honor and great pleasure to have everyone that is here in this room today. These are members of our HES teams, TC Networks, and our facilities and maintenance team. And from the bottom of my heart, I first wanted to just say thank you. I do have something that's written on your behalf, and so I wanted to make sure I shared some sentiments. As you all know, that this was our first day of school, and whenever you have the first day of school, there's a lot of stuff that's happening, right? A lot of things that people see and a lot of things that people don't see. When we made the decision to reconfigure our school district, the people that are in this room right now helped tremendously in getting some of those things done. I always say there's people that work in the front of the scenes, the people that work behind the scenes, the people that work beside the scenes, and the people in this room work in all those capacities. And I would personally like to say, as the district administrator, again, thank you so much for everything that y'all have done for the school district of Beloit over these past 6, 7 or more months since we've been having these conversations about our reconfigurations. Naturally, there's a mindset that happens in this conversation. There's a shift that happens in these conversations. That shift that I like to talk about starts with people in the planning phases, right? And so as we start to plan these thoughts and plan these ideas and really get going with the hopes of a new school district in which we're actually living in right now, that took a lot from the people that are in this room right now. You all stuck with the thought. You saw the writing on the wall as it pertains to how tough it was going to be, but you actually helped live out that dream for me in the school district of Beloit. And for that, again, I want to make sure I put a huge thanks out into this room for everyone that is here. Again, I'm going to read what I have here, but I always like to kind of start from the heart because everybody knows that's about me. It's very important that we don't forget the work that comes from this group. these groups of folk. Now, naturally, there's a lot of people that I can thank. There's a lot of people that we can bring into this conversation. Today, I really want to do it for these groups here, and not to leave out anybody. You know, people always think, oh, you left out me, you left out. That's not the goal here. The goal here is really for me to make sure I put some things into the conversation with the group of people that are here right now. Moving a whole school district is a heavy lifting. It's a lot of work. From phone lines being moved to people that are actually having to move those phones to different buildings, to cleaning. And when I say cleaning, there's a lot of detail that goes into that. And I know that for a fact. Now, naturally, I've been in schools all my life. And we go through these conversations during the summer every year, right? And so naturally, I understand the thought that comes around maintenance and cleaning of an entire school building. And then we actually have our buildings and grounds as well, right? You all are responsible to moving and so much more, right? Moving desks and chairs and boxes and all kinds of stuff that I can't list in the conversation right now. That makes sense? I couldn't list how much things you all have taken care of for me and for the school district of Beloit and for teachers and for every eye in this building, right? Because we all have benefited and have been benefited from your work through this time frame over a very short period of time as well. Naturally, we close schools in June, right? We close schools in June. I say close schools, but schools go on recess in June because we didn't close. We kept going doing the work that was necessary to get us to the point of where we are today, which is starting school with our buildings in place, not buildings in place, with things in place for our students to return. And that is a huge lift. That is a huge lift. And I did not, again, want to go without saying thank you to everyone that's in this room today. On the other side of that, naturally, I was going to try to give out awards to everybody. Then I started thinking about the time frame in which it would have probably took to do that. But again, everyone that is here from the bottom of my heart and, of course, the administration's heart, thank you. Thank you, and a huge, again, thank you for all the work that has went. I would like to kind of bring up an accepted award on behalf of an entire team. This is an entire team award. And so I would like to ask Mr. Tommy Bricko to come up real quick to accept the award on the maintenance and Buildings and Ground and Maintenance Division, please. We can clap, please. Yep. If you are in the maintenance, if you're on the maintenance team, can you please stand up? Maintenance and Buildings and Ground, can you please stand? Maintenance and Buildings and Ground, can you please stand? If y'all already standing. On the HES team, we have Cindy Ritzert and Tammy Bailey. Are you available today at all? I didn't see you when I walked in. Yes. If you're on the HES team, will you please stand as well? HES team, please. Thank you. And last but not least, certainly our TC networks. Naturally, there's so much that goes into the work around technology and integration of technology in general in our school district. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask Jake Slayback and Brent Williams to come up, please, and accept this award on behalf of the entire TC Networks division. And so that kind of not necessarily concludes my welcome for today. But again, I wanted to make sure I put some thanks into the room for everyone that is here. Naturally, I would also want to thank all of our teachers for a great first day of school. It's part of my superintendent's report as well. It was a great first day of school here in the building. But before I go there, would any board members like to share anything with the members that are here in the room?
Leave it open.
Well, I was just talking to Tommy a few minutes ago, and we kind of come from the same background. We both ended up in California, but I managed a manufacturing facility out on the West Coast for a few years, and it wouldn't work without people like you. Trust me. And I learned more from getting out of my office and going out in the plant and the warehouse and the blending area and talking to the folks who made everything happen every single day. And don't take it lightly what Dr. Garrison says, because this place would not operate and run smoothly without every single one of you and the dedication. I know that, and everybody knows it. So thank you.
Let me hit this. Hey, are there other board members to speak?
I just want to also thank everybody so much. And I mean, ideas are just ideas until somebody does them. And really, just, seeing the entire community, like in its totality, come together, like we're all coming together here for our babies in every way. And it's the most important thing. And all of us in this room are part of making that reality actually a reality. So just as a parent too, I just want to thank you all so much for just the safe, like nurturing environments that all of you have created for our kids. Thank you so much.
Board Member Levy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, just want to reiterate what my colleagues have already said in the room. And I know we haven't mentioned them specifically, but thank our parents too. It is not easy to drop your babies off, but all of the work from the people in the room and beyond helped to make that an easier process. So very grateful.
Is there any other board member? Tia?
Sure.
Yep.
Former teacher in the district, and I know the long hours because I've been there early in the morning and having coffee with some of you and late at night and talking, visiting a little bit while cleaning the rooms and helping. If I was a science teacher, and a lot of times maintenance would help me with coming up with devices to help instruct the kids. So I know that it goes beyond just this or just that. It is helping the teachers teach the students and helping them become better human beings. And I thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. So again, speaking on behalf of the board, I would just like to say thank you for all your work. My thoughts go back to as being a small kid in Beloit, people like Doug Burris and Dan Silas, Mark, had the ability to work and work with Chad Tilley and so many other people. And to say to you, as I look out and see your faces and know that many of you have graduated from Beloit, worked in Beloit, been involved in the school district, that now you are those people that our children look up to. When our children are very small and you make them feel safe and you give them high fives, to our children become middle school students and they need trusted people, and the trusted people that they talk to are not always the teachers or the principals, and then the high school students too. When they get down to the city, inside the city, and they think they're adults and they need somebody to, hey, I know your mama, boy. So we really appreciate all the things that you do. Your assigned duties and tasks in the district don't cover all that you actually, the value that you bring to the school district, and you see and know the school district inside and out. You know the dedication of the teachers and the other people that are working. In my 25 years as a professional educator, like I said, I've worked side by side with people doing the jobs that you've done. And I know as an administrator, when you give somebody the approval to move, but the floor has been waxed and cleaned, and then people start dragging stuff over the floor, it makes it look like, well, what did I wax it for? Even those small things, but your job is important in the basic tasks that you perform. But what you do, you provide a clean, safe learning environment for our students. And that's what our students are trying to do, learn. Our children have hopes and dreams. They're your nieces, nephews, your own children, cousins, and you see all these children in Beloit, and you see us at Walmart, you see people at the clinic, and I just want you to know from the bottom of our hearts, the work that you do is very important because you create a place where our children can learn, and we're thankful for that and all that you do.
And again, naturally, and I'm gonna wrap this portion up, but again, from facilities perspective, I know you all helped move 2 middle schools. That's a lot. Again, that's a lot, okay? And I know how much that takes to get that done. Thank you so much for helping me and the school district and the teachers. And again, when I say me, I'm really saying like that's everybody, right? Like everybody that can say their name has benefited in the school district board somehow from this work that you all have put together. And the HES conversation, all of the stuff that we had to, again, not just cleaning, of course, it's moving stuff as well, right? Taking stuff out of classroom, putting stuff back. It's so much that goes into that desk. And I know I mean, it's this stuff just doesn't plop into a classroom or move itself. It just takes so much to actually get that done. So again, our gyms. I remember when I was over at Cunningham the other day, or actually early in the summer. And remember, y'all remember Cunningham gym? It was it was packed with all kinds of stuff from everywhere, right? And then all of a sudden, you blink your eyes, and here we are now, where the gym floors are waxed and clean, and we're ready to go. From the technology, of course, we have smart boards, and like I mentioned, phones. It's just so much that goes into this work. And again, thank you, and again, thank you so much for everything that you've done for the school district of Beloit. And I know that sometimes that goes without saying, but from the bottom of my heart, again, thank you so much for everything that you've done. That concludes my report for right now. I also would like to say, again, thank you to all the teachers and the families and the parents who helped get this day started. Naturally, it was a lot of emotions that went into this day for a lot of people. And I promise you, we were as 100% ready as we could possibly be. And I know I mentioned this back in April, that we wanted to be ready for September 5th. I know many of you heard me make that statement multiple times in different spaces. And I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that we were 100% ready to receive our students as best we possibly could today. And that's one of the things that made today such a successful day for our school district. You also will hear me say this, and I mean it, that our students and families need us. Our students and families do need us. On the other on the other side of that equation is we need them, right? And so as we all kind of work together, those needs come together to better our overall school district. That one Beloit mentality is very important to me moving it forward. And I think Mr. Winfield mentioned in his statement, everything Beloit. Again, everything that we do, especially here in the school district of Beloit, definitely impacts students and teachers and families and parents. And so again, thank you to everyone today for all of the hard work that went into getting us prepared for today. Transportation, again, it's just a lot, right? It's so many people we can thank on day one. But most importantly, I wanted to make sure you all knew that none of this would be possible if we didn't have this group here doing the heavy lifting that happened over the summer to better prepare us for the first day of school. And again, thank you. Thank you to our administrators. In case I missed anyone here at Keck, naturally there's a lot of people that I want to thank. And again, throughout this month, I've already shared that I will be doing some big thanks to a lot of people in different organizations. Different people in our organization. But again, it's not to miss anybody, but to really put some thanks into the atmosphere for the school district of Beloit. And if you'd like to stick around for the rest of the meeting, you can. Or this would be an awesome time for us to say one more round of applause for everybody. Again, thank you so much for your time and coming out.
All right. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Board Member Schneider and Levy, we had a large contingent of our workers, and so the room is clearing, and we're going to get started here. So I guess we're in a recess for a minute here. Board Member Levy, Board Member Schneider, are you there? We're ready to restart.
I'm here.
Yes.
Okay. So we have received, it was at the end of your report, Dr. Garrison?
Yes, I said it.
All right. So just again, as Dr. Garrison said, there's a million people to thank. We also want to thank our classroom teachers, all those that are involved in receiving our students today. As Board Member Levy also mentioned, parents. For some parents, they're dropping their kids off at different transitions in life. 4K, some kids started high school today. Well, they've already been in school, but, you know, it's kind of sobering reminder to a parent that I have children in high school now. That's different. And then some senior years, so lots of memories being made by our students, and thankful to all the adults that work in the district that had a hand in making today special for our children and for our families. All right, so we're now on to 4A, committee and other board reports, beginning with our Business Operations and Finance Committee.
Thank you, President Levy. The Business Operations and Finance Committee met at 5:34, and Mr. Chady went through the July financials with us. Little dismal, but at the same time, timing is everything, and so we'll move on with that. And then we spent a lot of time on the preliminary 2023-2024 budget. Mr. Chady, Mr. Duff, with his help, have put a lot of work into that, and we're starting that process, and we recommended it forward to the regular board meeting. So, and we adjourned at 6:32. Our next meeting is October 3rd, 2023. Thank you.
Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee.
Hi, good evening. So we did not meet. We will be meeting. I just want to double check the date. Tuesday, September 19th at 5:30. But I do want to just take a liberty and extend a thank you to all of our teachers and all of our staff that were on site today welcoming our kids. And the back to school nights were just amazing. So thanks for working much before today to create such a great experience for our kids. And we'll have a better report for you on the 19th. Thanks.
Sorry, the Governance Committee met on August 22nd, 2023. We received reports from EUA and our long-range facility planning. We also had a preview of our operational referendum discussion, and those things are coming to the full board this evening. With those two pieces, our long-range facility planning and our operational referendum, we did want to get that conversation going because it'll have significant impacts for our district. So we started that at the governance level, and they are all at the full board. We're just trying to get as much information out to the public as we can to help them understand the tasks that we have in arranging our priorities as a district and how we're leading the district with our administration. Legislative update and policy committee.
So for legislative update, we'll do one on the 19th.
Thank you. We're now on to the consent agenda. Just a minute. Get confused on some of these tabs. All right. The consent agenda, typically there's no separate discussion on items unless a board member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. Is there anyone with a request to remove anything from the consent agenda?
5I, the minutes from the August 22nd meeting.
Okay. Anybody else with a request to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Yes, Rule 4, item E, 420, policy 420.
All right, so Board Member Levy had I, and Board Member Nichols, you had which one, E? E. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So is there a motion for the approval of the consent agenda minus E and I?
So,
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tia Johnson. Do you want to offer a second, Board Member Levy?
Sure, second, please.
Okay, Board Member A. Levy has offered a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. And we'll start with item E, school admissions.
In looking at I guess it's the fifth paragraph, the one right below the deleted paragraph, that's the same wording that's in policy 411 and 511. I don't know if you want to reference that or not. Just a suggestion on the back to reference that policy too.
All right, so just a minute. All right, just a minute. Between multiple screens. Board Member Levy?
Oh, just to clarify for Board Member Nichols, some of the information in policies may seem on its face repetitive, but so each policy can actually be viewed as a standalone. So if you're just pulling up that policy, we want you to have all that pertinent information if you aren't also viewing the other two policies that Board Member Nichols referenced. So that's the reason behind that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Levy. That clarifies it. Appreciate it.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. So is there a motion, or is there any more discussion needed on E? Okay.
I'd like to move for approval. I just lost the policy number. Sorry. I was ready to
420s.
make a motion, but I lied. Okay, there we go. I move for approval policy 420, school admissions, second reading.
Is there a second?
second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson for the approval of the second reading of policy 420, school admissions. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, the motion passes unanimously. We're on to item I, approval of meeting minutes, special meeting August 22nd, 2023. Board Member Levy.
Well, I just needed it removed because I need to abstain. I wasn't able to attend, and the bulk of that was closed session.
Okay.
I'd like to move for approval the meeting minutes from the special meeting from August 22nd, 2023.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller, seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any abstentions?
Aye.
Oh, aye. Okay, any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay. And Board Member Levy has abstained, and there's 6 of us tonight. That's 5 ayes, the motion passes with 1 abstention. I'm trying to coordinate our moves here in virtual space in real time. All right, we are now on to 6A, discussion 2023 preliminary budget, and B, operational referendum information. So we have our administration, Dr. Garrison, Mr. Chady, will be presenting to us.
So I'd like to kick us off by stating, again, this is the preliminary 23-24 preliminary budget. I know that there's a lot of conversations that are happening around our budgets, or our budget here in the School District of Beloit. Naturally, we would have loved to have brought this conversation to you a little bit earlier, but when the state released this information in July, naturally we have to build from there, and it does take a little more time to get it all done. In the future, again, our hopes is that we have, these conversations, not only now, but throughout the school year. I think it's very important that we keep, budget conversations in front of us. We do know that we're going to be working from a possible deficit as it stands, but we also wanted to make sure that we will, keep the conversation moving forward as it pertains to how we can actually make improvements. Overall, our hopes is to make sure that the public and, of course, the board is very aware of what's happening with our budget. Naturally, we put it out there so people are aware. So that there's nothing that we're, again, trying to not share as it pertains to our budget. There's a lot of intricate details that we're still yet to work through. When I say intricate details, naturally we got a third Friday count. Naturally we got, more conversations around our overall budget and how we can actually have some additional savings moving into this school year. Even when we had some savings from last year, naturally things change as it pertains to building out a budget. And so I wanted to make sure I kind of preface this conversation as, again, this is our preliminary budget for your consideration. And if you have any questions at the concluding the presentation, please ask those questions accordingly. This kind of kicks off the conversation. I'll turn it over to Mr. Chady.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. So again, tonight we're presenting the 23-24 preliminary budget to the board. Many of you have heard the presentation as it took place about a little more than an hour ago as part of our finance committee. Over the past hour, we've made a few revisions to it. Some of the numbers have changed, as were pointed out, so we've tried to correct those here. Mr. Duff has done that. Speaking of Mr. Duff, he is here with us tonight. Mr. Duff has really been kind of leading the budget building process for the 23-24 school year. I started in the district a little less than 6 months ago when Mark was in process of building the budget at that point in time. We've retained him as kind of a business office consultant throughout the 23-24 budget building process. Stephanie Elwood, our Director of Finance, was also present during the Finance Committee meeting. She unfortunately wasn't able to stay this evening for the board portion, but she was here also. So I'll walk through the presentation. Again, we start off by talking about our assumptions and challenges, and we begin by talking about declining membership. And again, just a reminder, oftentimes you'll hear the words membership and enrollment, and you may think that they're the same, but they really are not. So enrollment is those students that are actually being served by the school district of Beloit. So today being the first day of school would be a great example. The students that were actually in our seats this morning being educated, that's what we call enrollment. Whereas membership is really students who reside within the school district of Beloit, regardless of where they receive their educational taking place, be it through open enrollment out to other districts, neighboring districts, Parkview, Turner, Clinton as examples, but it also captures our charter school students as well. So we begin by looking at declining membership. In our membership, you could see the values that are reflected there in the 21-22 school year, 6,451 students. In 22-23, it decreased to 6,287. We're estimating it to decrease farther here in the 23-24 school year to 6,216. The state allows us to look at a 3-year rolling average of membership. So that 3-year average equates out to 6,318 as compared to the prior year, which was 6,334. The next known factor is the $325 increase in the state per pupil funding within the revenue limit. Well, typically that sounds like a good thing. In a couple of slides, we'll talk a little bit more about the revenue limit. And while we can count on $325 in additional funding, it doesn't necessarily matriculate out in the end that we actually have more money for this current school year. We also have approximately $12 million of ESSER federal funding still available. We'll be utilizing that throughout the 23-24 school year, essentially to help stabilize the budget. That's kind of what the state legislature within the past couple of years has done with regards to their not providing a meaningful increase in the revenue limit within the last biennial budget. In 23, we also have the estimated district equalized property value increasing by 14.6%, though we also have state general aid being reduced by over $7 million due to prior year expenditure levels. Our salary adjustments for the 23-24 school year are still to be determined, and I'll just pause there and note that no staff within the school district has received a raise yet as compared to last year. We do have a value budgeted. However, as we are really kind of beginning the process of negotiating with the BEA, that value will still be determined between those negotiation processes. We do have some savings as a result of our health plan design changes that we implemented. So those savings have been incorporated into the budget. And then finally, the last kind of the big picture is about $3 million worth of expenses to cover payments for our our school district of Beloit students that are attending either independent charter schools or other open enrollment options. Some of the budget strategies, one, we've reduced staffing. We're planning on reducing staffing further by approximately 28 FTE. At the end of August, the school district had approximately 75 full-time equivalent positions open. It's unlikely that we're to fill all of those. We're kind of counting on 28 of them being going unfilled. It could be more than that. We'll have to kind of wait and see yet a few weeks, see how things shake out for us. So that's kind of an approximation number. We do have reconfiguration savings between last school year and this year. FTE was reduced by 55.3 FTE, largely as a result of the reconfiguration changes. And then finally, there are reductions in expenditures at the department school and the expense reductions also. Revenues, again, utilizing approximately $12 million remaining in ESSER federal funding for budget stabilization purposes. On the revenue limit authority, so the revenue limit is a 4-page Excel document. It's rather complicated, so we won't get into all the minutia of that, but we will use this portrayal here to talk a little bit about the big picture. So the revenue limit is essentially a calculation of taking our resident membership, 6,318 FTE is what our expectation is, and multiplying that by $10,367 per pupil, which equates out to just under $65.5 million. And I'll pause there and just comment that last year's revenue limit per pupil was $10,039. So you can see the difference there, and the total amount per pupil, or the total amount, $65.5 million, equated out last year to $65.445, so very similar. You then add in the declining enrollment hold harmless exemption, which this year you can see as zero. Last year that value was $1,857,000 and change. So we essentially lose that hold harmless exemption. Our one-time non-recurring exemptions is estimated at just over $2 million this year. Last year it was just over $3.4 million. And then we add in some ongoing recurring exemptions, which last year was $5,700. We utilized the same value. You add all of that up, or you do that calculation, and it results in the revenue limit authority for the 23-24 school year being $67,534,000. As in comparison, last year, the total revenue limit authority was $68,884,000 for a difference of about $1,350,000. So while we receive an additional $325 per student this year, the actual total value of the revenue limit authority this year as compared to last year is $1,350,000 less. The next slide talks about our revenue limit membership, and it goes through over time, goes back to the 2009-10 school year, and you can see that history, you can see the trend. Many people may think that that trend is specific to the school district of Beloit. It is. This is our data. However, we are not alone in this trend. This is kind of a statewide trend. In fact, I read something over the weekend that nearly 70% of the districts in the state, about 275 of the 400 plus districts in the state, are experiencing declining membership. So it's not unique per se to Beloit. It is a statewide issue. The next slide talks about the revenue limit, tax levy, and the general aid. And again, we'll kind of work off the pictorial at the bottom where we've got our revenue limit authority, $67.5 million. You subtract out the state funding through the state equalization aid, the high poverty aid, or what used to be the high poverty aid. So state aid, we're anticipating being 60.7 million. Other state aids of just over 150,000. So you take the revenue limit authority, you reduce by the state funding there, and then that essentially equates out to what the allowed tax levy limit opportunity is. And we currently are estimating the general fund tax levy to be about 5.5 million, and then the Fund 38 non-referendum approved debt levy to be just under $1,960,000 and change there. We'll look at the revenue sources for 23-24. And again, this is kind of big picture. So on the left-hand side, you're looking at descriptions of various revenue line items. These 100 levels, all of this nomenclature on the left comes from the state uniform accounting book that we utilize. The second column is General Fund, Fund 10. The third column then is the Special Education Fund 27. You'll get a total of the revenues and then the percent of the budget over on the far right. It's important to point out that when you look at the percentage of the budget, and we've got it reflected there, 73.66% of our revenues here in the 23-24 school year will come from state sources, either through the general state aid, almost 61 million, and then an additional 13 million in other state sources. The next row immediately below that I would also call out, and that's federal sources, largely grants that come to the district. Just over 19 million provides an additional 19%. So between state and federal, that makes up about 72.7% of our revenues come from those sources. And then we've got a few charts here that talk about revenue source by source. Again, state percentage 74.03%, federal 18.14%, local, we rely upon local property taxpayers and other sources of revenue to the tune of about 6.08% of our budget. Looking at special education, state here contributes about 30.26%. Is the expectation. The feds 13.8%, and the lion's share of special education revenue actually comes from the inter-fund transfer that occurs from the general fund, Fund 10, 55.9%. And to put that in dollar terms, we anticipate that to be about $8.6 million here in the 23-24 school year. Expenses by function, by function, did I miss the object? Yeah, there we go, I missed the object. Expenses by object for 23-24, again, breaking it down, salaries and benefits at the top. That will compose about $65 million of our total $111 million budget will be to support our staffing. Next underneath that would be the purchase services, $33.8 million. A question from the Finance Committee earlier was what kind of constitutes, and some of the larger expenses that fall under that category would be contracted custodial, contracted transportation, contracted technology, utilities would also fall under there. Any building improvements, much like our HVAC improvements that we're doing at Beloit Memorial High School, also fall under there as well. And then the next largest expenditure by object you'll see is that fund transfer again. That's money departing Fund 10, and then it is recorded as a revenue in Fund 27 to the tune of about $8.8 million. Breaking down the expenses a little bit differently, more by functional area, how the resources are actually utilized. You can see those numbers here. Again, we've got instruction and instructional support at the top, $58 million plus there, about 56% of the budget falls under that. You know, facilities, transportation, business services, utilities, et cetera. 16 million, about 15.76% of the budget there. So those are the lion's share, the largest. The next largest is instructional service payments, 3 rows from the bottom. That would be for payments for open enrollment, transferred out students, and other students that we have placed outside of the school district of Beloit for their educational learning. And then I would also include in there the private and charter school payments that are reflective there as well. In total, that's over 16, probably approaching $17 million in expenses. We've got a chart here, again, that just kind of provides some percentages. Instruction, 41.8%, instructional support, 15%. You can see as we flow around the percentages for each of the various functional areas. And then we'll talk about the fund balance analysis as well. And again, this is something that certainly is eye-opening, certainly something that we need to work to address. So just a reminder that the board policy, or the school board has policy 662.3 that speaks to the fund balance and provides a range of 14 to 25%. And you can see through the years that the board has been within that range. However, in the 21-22 school year, the fund balance percentage of general fund fell below the 14%. That's going to fall even further here as our 22-23 school year financials are completed and that audit is completed. We're anticipating about a $2 million deficit last year, which will further decrease the fund balance. And then the 23-24 school year is currently presented. It comes at, with a proposed deficit of $2.2 million as well, which would further eat away at the fund balance and put us down at about that 8%, 7.9% level. Our tax levy impact, so these numbers are based on preliminary budget estimates, and I would caution people with regards to, utilizing these values with certainty, because there's going to be a lot of items that are going to change between now and really about the end of October that will impact these numbers. Changes will occur. Our third Friday pupil count numbers will become known. We'll know that by the end of September. The date is actually September 15th. The state gives us 2 weeks to get that all formalized and reported to them. It takes those 2 weeks, trust me. We also have the Department of Revenue will certify the equalized property valuations on October 1st, and the Department of Public Instruction will certify state equalization aid on October 15th. Those are kind of the 3 last big pieces of the puzzle. Once we get them inputted in, then, the budget numbers will change a little bit. But as looking at it as currently presented here with the preliminary budget, our all funds levy here in the 23-24 school year is anticipated to be just over 6.5 million. And you can see the values of the all funds levy over time. It's been as high as 19, pushing 20 million. And then the 23-24 will be the lowest over the last 6 years. The mill rate currently calculated to be about $2.45 per hundred. And again, that will likely change between now and when the board adopts the final budget and we certify the tax levy the latter part of October. There are a number of other funds that are part of the budget as well. We kind of concentrate on Fund 10, Fund 27, because that's where the lion's share of the revenues and expenditures are. Some of these other funds are listed here. There's our Special Project Fund, Fund 21. Essentially, you can think of that as like student activity accounts. Debt service, we have 2 debt service funds, Fund 38, which was non-referendum approved, and Fund 39, which was referendum approved. Our Capital Improvement Trust Fund, Fund 46, Food Service Fund, Fund 50. Our other Post-Employment Benefit Trust Fund, Fund 73, Community Service Fund, Fund 80, and then our Cooperative Programs, Fund 99. Of all of those funds, the largest of them is essentially the Food Service Fund. If you look there, you'll see revenues and expenses, $5 and $6 million or so apiece. You'll also see the ending balance of those funds on the far right. So they're important for us, in the business office, but in the grand scheme of things, these are kind of a little bit on the smaller scale. Some comments about final budget work as well. So again, lots of things yet to do. We've got 3 large pieces of the puzzle that we're still awaiting. I kind of like to refer to those as, you get the puzzle piece and you turn it over and, then you get to see what the picture is. So we'll continue to build our 23-24 budget and make refinements as our third Friday pupil count becomes known. Once we know that, there is the possibility to review current staffing levels to see if any adjustments are necessary and needed there. The state will certify the general equalization aid on October 15th, and we'll be finalizing the revenue limit on October 15th, coming back to the board the latter part of October with final budget and tax levy adoption that's needed. The last component is really the district needs to do a budget hearing. We're hoping to do that around the week of October 9th. So bringing the budget presentation back to the board in 2 weeks on the 19th, we'll ask the board at that point in time to adopt a preliminary budget. Once the budget is then adopted, we can send it to the Beloit Daily News. There's a prescribed format that we have to have it published in the newspaper, and then the budget hearing can take place. It has to be at least 15 days after the publication in the newspaper. So that is all still to be worked out. The one item, the final item on here that I think is important is that this year's budget, we have included estimates for state and federal grants, which was not included at this point in time in last year's budget. So progress is made there. I think that kind of touched base on that as well. So I think that ends my presentation on the 23-24 preliminary budget. I know we had a number of questions that were addressed during Finance Committee, but if there's others that can be addressed.
Right, I do see Amy's hand. I think there will be a couple questions. Sometimes I know we had a presentation in government and governance, and even though it was presented earlier, sometimes people are tuning into different meetings and they're not receiving the whole thing. And I know we do have press coverage tonight, so that's helpful to explaining the budget situation to our community. So we begin with Board Member Levy. Your hand was first.
Thank you. Just one question, Mr. Shady. Are you able to briefly highlight how the failure of the most recent referendum impacts our ability to access state funding?
Yes, I can do that, and you may be a little bit presumptuous because if you can wait perhaps a few minutes, the next presentation that we'll share, we'll get into that in more depth, if that's okay.
That is perfectly fine. Thank you for the heads up.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to add to that question. I know it does come up in an operational referendum, but as you do list revenues and expenditures, that kind of gets into some of the decision-making that the board made last year in going to referendum, because having an opportunity to look at these numbers last year, we did determine that we needed to do something that was within our ability. And the state did tell us that, hey, you need to ask for money when you need to ask for money, and we did. Then there's the unanticipated action that the state took as we were waiting to understand what the state would do, that there was a negative consequence for asking for money in terms of having a no vote and what is lost by having that no vote to go along with the increases that did come in financing. But then also there's other decisions that were made by our governmental leaders of funds that we had counted on that were not funded. So like I said, the budget had positives for some districts, negatives for some districts, and we are a district who had negatives out of the choices that were made in Madison altogether for our budget.
Yeah, and now that a couple of board members have asked about it, I guess I'll just go on and state it. So with the operational referendum in April not being successful, the district is essentially absent of the opportunity to utilize an additional about $4 million in revenue limit authority, with the low revenue limit ceiling increasing to $11,000 per pupil. As you can see on the slide that's presented here, we Our revenue limit projection does utilize $10,367 per pupil, but it could be $11,000 per pupil if the operational referendum would have been successful. If that were to occur, our deficit would actually be a modest surplus at present. But unfortunately, it is what it is, so we're in the deficit position.
Yeah, and we do respect the right of the voters to make those decisions. That's why we put those decisions in front of them and try to make all the information available in our meetings. And we have choices to make again as you'll get to the operational conversation. But kind of just summarizing the board's position at that time last year is this is the state of our finances. We want our community to know these are the actions that we're going to take, and this is the opportunity that you have to do something about what we see. So as we come to where we find ourselves now, it's the same thing as we're presenting that this is the challenge that we face and we have a choice about what to do about it. But we did feel it was our responsibility as a board to put that information in front of our community so that they had an opportunity to make a choice about what to do with it. And we've taken that feedback that we received and we'll do the things that we need to do so that our children can be educated and we, steward the community resource as it is expected. Yep. Board Member Miller.
Thanks. Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Chady. Just a couple quick clarifying questions.
Sure.
I'll probably mention this again when we get to the operational discussion, but I just for the good of the cause, would like to mention that we still have a $6 billion budget surplus at the state level. And I'd like to take a liberty and just comment on the fact that while we will be discussing, I think in our next item, about the potential to go to referendum, we wouldn't even really need to go to our local taxpayers if systemically the system weren't created to harm school districts like ours. So that liberty aside, I do have a question. One of your earlier slides talked about increasing property value and then the decrease in general aid. And I'm just kind of curious if you're in your projections, to my understanding, as property value increases, so which is a good thing for our local area, we're building up housing and, arrange, which we think is a good thing. We actually get harmed, right, as a school district. As our property values increase, it decreases the generalized aid. Is that right?
That would be correct. Yep.
So in our projections, is that decrease in generalized aid, is there like a cliff coming up in terms of how that's going to impact our generalized state aid?
I'm not sure that there's a cliff. So the general equalized aid formula is based on really a couple of factors. One being what your spending level was in the prior year, and then the growth or change in that equalized property valuation. Number of students would be, I guess those are really the three large factors in the general aid. So while on July 1st, the DPI gives us an estimated number in aid, their estimate is based upon budgetary values for the 22-23 school year because districts hadn't yet quite finished up their year financially. So those numbers will be utilized, then the actual results will be utilized. So the actual amount of state aid to the district will change between now and October 15th. The question is always in which direction and by how much.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just two other questions really quick. So just one other clarification that about 10% of our budget, and it's just a hair less than we spend our administration, is going toward private and charter schools, right? And I guess so just as a special education educator, it's difficult to see us spending, $8 million out of our fund balance. Was it 8.6 million? I didn't write the number down. When, if I did my math right, which I might not have, it looks like we would be going from 56. So if we were getting the 67, the 2/3 reimbursement that was recommended by the bipartisan Blue Ribbon report that was commissioned by Robin Voss, right? So instead of spending 56% of special education funding as a transfer from our general fund, it would be something like 19% coming from the school district and the rest of that from state and federal. Cool, just wanted to clarify that. And then lastly, I was just curious, what is our Fund 80 situation? So what do we know, do we know currently what that's being used on or where revenue is coming from that?
Well, so revenue for Fund 80 comes from the property tax base. Fund 80 is used to support the Blender Cafe over at the library. We also are considering other options to move some of the school resource officer expenditures to Fund 80. And then there are some additional, the Even Start program is kind of a program that the district supports. However, that's really open to the community, and that too could be moved to Fund 80. So we're considering options to move, those types of expenditures to Fund 80 as they're more community programming than they are specific to the school district of Beloit.
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much for clarifying that, and thanks for taking my questions. I really appreciate it.
Other board members?
Thank you, Mr. Shady, and you answered this in the previous meeting, but I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it, and that is what kind of government takes funding away from high-poverty school districts? These are our children that did not ask to be born into poverty. It's a situation that they have no control over. And your explanation, if I understand it right, takes that money and shifts it across the board so the students in Whitefish Bay are going to be benefiting while the students here in the school district of Beloit, one of the poorest in the state, are suffering. I have a really hard time, and having grown up in poverty, excuse me if I'm getting emotional, but this, I don't understand it.
That is an astute observation, and you are entirely accurate. The disparity that exists or existed between the haves and the have-not districts, and I would put Beloit in one of those have-not districts, given our poverty situation, unfortunately, only further widens. We often talk amongst the educational ranks instructionally within school districts about closing the gap, right? We need to close the gap for racial groups or, whatever the case may be, to constrict those student achievement. But yet when it comes to funding, this widens the gap. And again, there will be a slide in the presentation that we'll do next that will also echo that point.
Board President, if you mind. I think, when we touched on this conversation, again, this historical conversation around poverty and the lack of funding is unfortunately not a new conversation in many states. When you look at how schools are funded, it's a very complex thing. And naturally, if we could all...
Excuse me.
Sure.
Excuse me for interrupting. Sure. Greed is not complex.
Well, I will say, when we look at the formula, like
yes,
I said...
Yes, the formula,
yeah.
I know rocket science.
Yeah.
The formula is more complicated than rocket science.
That was my statement. Again, the formula is a very complex ordeal. And, unfortunately, again, in our situation, this budget did not help us. This budget did not help us. And here we are. We will have to continue to work through this budget, as Mr. Shady has already mentioned. And, of course, in me and my previous conversations, we'll have to work through this budget the best that we can. Not the best we can, the best that we will, to bring us back to some solid financial footing here in the school district. It's going to take everybody to get this done. And like I've mentioned before, there's not that many ways we can actually get money. One, it could either come from the state, or two, possibly from a referendum. And a lot of times people don't want to talk about those two statements, but that's the way we are funded. It either comes from the state in some form of formula and or from some form of referenda. Now there's other, one could argue there's other places, and but we're not a for-profit school district, so we're not making money off of our students as some private institutions could possibly do in raising their own specific funds. And so I just know that this is a difficult conversation to have, and I know that we will continue to work through it. But this is a definite difficult process that we have to work through.
Other board members? Yeah, well, I have a couple things then. One of the things I just said, either there's going to be legislative action, and that has already taken place. you know, when we look at our legislative update and what we do with our legislative committee, and that is inviting our assembly members, our state senator, and our governor in, because those are the action and the players that have come to this decision, at least those that represent us, to make our needs known and how the budget has affected us and what we would like to see. That 2 years of action has been done, and then, like you said, the last part is the citizens, which we tried to make our case earlier, and we'll have to determine what we will do again, but most likely think that we need to ask again. So that is that part of that, and like I said, those are choices that are made. The same way that we're a school board and we have to make choices, those elected leaders have to make choices. And like I said, depending on how you decide to work in a system, it benefits some and it doesn't benefit others. And we are a district where the decisions that were made have not benefited us. Back to our budget and the choices that we have to make. As we go back through a couple different slides, can you take us back to the slide with the fund balance and like our budget, the most recent deficits, the fund balance used to cover, and then where we'll be, I know we're not complete with the audit, but where we think we'll be at coming into next year.
So we currently anticipate that our 22-23 school year will end at a deficit of $2,090,000. That's still subject to change. We're still working through the audit, but those numbers are the most recent that we had available for us.
And the budget and the deficit, projected deficit started where?
Well, my understanding is that the projected deficit, let me see if I can reframe this right, going back to the beginning of the budget building process in 22-23. I believe initially the budget deficit was anticipated to be around $10 million. I think as the budget building process progressed on, it was further shrunk to about $6 million deficit. At the time of the budget hearing last year, it was about a $4.4 million deficit. And in the end, we end up with a deficit of slightly more than $2 million. So positive work had been done throughout the course of the year. Unfortunately, it wasn't sufficient to get us back to a break-even proposition.
Right. And then, so as we're looking at our budget for next year, so our fund balance, we're at about $7,619,000, and that is below where we want to be in our percentage. So the first question, our projected deficit for next year?
Is currently estimated to be just shy of $2.3 million.
Okay. And so if we took that 2.3 from that 7, that's where we would be at if we had to cover that with our fund balance.
Correct.
All right, so we're getting closer to 0.
Well, I'm sorry, it would be the 2.3 subtracted from, actually from the 7.6, yes. So you're right. I mean,
the same type of work.
The fund balance is getting smaller and smaller
Right.
over the last few years.
So the same type of work will need to be done this year as was last year to be at a place where we're mitigating as much as we can.
Yes.
All right. So that's the fund balance conversation. And this is that OPEB conversation, and Mr. Duff has been a part of that. I think the last time we had that conversation, you said there was about 3 employees left. There's only 1 now?
Right.
So what happens when that 1 employee is not there with that OPEB balance?
So my understanding is that when the one sole remaining beneficiary of that benefit is no longer eligible, then those remaining funds can revert back to the school district. However, is it a revenue limit or a equalization aid impact as well? I don't believe that we just get the full 3.9 or whatever $1 million back. It does come at a somewhat cost elsewhere in the calculations.
It'll be a nice amount of revenue to help with the fund balance.
Okay. So
Another-
something there eventually.
Yeah, and another item that's not currently factored into the budget is, much like last year, we received some funding from the city of Beloit as a result of, I believe, 2 TID districts that were closing. And I can't remember the value of that. We have 4 TID districts that'll be closing within really this current 23-24 timeframe. Those, each TID district has a different fund balance of its own, and how those funds will be distributed out to the taxing authorities, including the school district of Beloit, perhaps Beloit Turner, the city, Blackhawk Technical College, et cetera, are still to be determined. So we know that there will be some funds coming to the district that aren't currently budgeted for, but it's hard to guesstimate how much that would be. So currently, I mean, it's one of those things, we know it's out there, but we don't know the how much, and it's hard to budget for that.
Mr. Chady, we'd also mentioned in that TID conversation, I asked that we kind of look back when we did receive those funds. And I think you mentioned it was in
November.
November, yeah,
Yep.
November. So these were the conversations that, we were having about, as we built out this budget, possibilities for funds that we don't know that may come to us. And so possibly in November, we'll have additional funds to look at as pertains to moving it towards our overall funding.
Okay. And then, so we dealt with our ESSER funding at $12 million. Projected use of that this year.
So yes, our ESSER funds are, I hate to say diminishing, but they're supposed to diminish over time as we continue to use the funds for our various needs in the school district. One, we have been using some of the money towards our finishing the phase of our AC conversation in the high school. We are pretty strong with our technology usage at the current time and using some of our ESSER fundings to make sure that all of our students have the proper technology in their classrooms and the Chromebooks usage. We also use a lot of our ESSER for various needs over the years, especially in our food services conversation as well. So we are at the point where we're getting low on our ESSER funding. But that's still, there's still some funds that we need to work through.
And that expires at September 2024, the ESSER funding?
That is correct, next year.
And I know that, just kind of watching the news, that no one is wanting to return to those days again, but there is an uptick in, we don't know how things may go, but just you're cautiously watching that at the same time. Because that's what that money was intended for. But as you said, that our direction from the state is use those monies that you were given by the federal government first. So we are trying to maintain that too. I think that is it. And just in general, the last question is, as we're waiting on those last 3 major items to kind of put together our picture and what we'll look like, and we still have things to decide, like increased compensation for teachers and other employees. What is just some of your thinking about how to get us to that place where that $2 million is being mitigated, and just some of the steps that'll be coming as we're asked to make decisions here?
So naturally, as we work through this budget, we kind of better position ourselves for what we can do here in the future. Those are continued conversations that we are having, of course, now and throughout the rest of this month as we prepare our budget. I don't want to, presume any direction that the board may go in, and so, naturally, when we're having these conversations, we still have to put like certain assumptions in the budget. That's just a part of building the budget, and so we are still steadily working through that conversation as we speak. In a perfect world, we'll have a balanced budget, right? And a surplus. A balanced budget with a surplus. That's in a perfect world. But we're not there. And so it is hard for me to kind of assume exactly how we're going to work through all of this. However, some of the things that we did do last year to save money will be some of the same measures that we take to save money again this year, along with some other possibilities that we'll hear about in the next conversation with the operational referenda.
So then our projected deficit right now, with the assumptions that are built in, just that number again is what?
Our projected deficit will anywhere between $4 million, and I mean, we're working through it right now. I think right now we're saying about 4 million or more as a possibility.
Okay, and our fund balance is at like 7 point.
Our fund balance, I always say our fund balance is always being used at some point throughout the school year.
Oh,
Yeah, and so right now, I believe our fund balance is at $9 million, Mr. Shady, was that right? Or,
I'm going back to that. So, yeah, we anticipate that our fund balance
Thank you.
here will be approximately 7.6 million as of June 30th, of 2023.
okay.
And then a question about short-term borrowing. That is, we did not borrow this year, but
This past year, correct.
This past
The
year.
22-23 school year, the district did not need to utilize the short-term borrowing, the line of credit that we secure through Blackhawk Bank. I do anticipate that we'll likely need to tap that line of credit here in the 23-24 school year, thus incurring interest expense as a result to help to meet our day-to-day obligations, correct?
Okay. And then just a question about bond rating. We're rated, or will that affect our rating in between now and then?
Yeah, so your bond rating will be impacted by a couple of different things. One, the need to short-term borrow. Two, the continued deficit budget situation as well. That bond rating will then impact future borrowing costs for any capital improvements also. So, yep, long-term implications.
Okay. Anybody else, any other questions?
Just to your earlier point about things being statewide trends, I just want to remind everybody in our last legislative update, we pointed out that there is still a $1.5 billion funding gap for special education in Wisconsin. So like the $8.6 million that we're paying is part of that larger picture of across the state is making a choice to underfund special education, so our neediest, most vulnerable students, to the tune of $1.5 billion. So this is not just a Beloit issue. Thanks.
And lastly, I just want to add this because there's another question that kind of came, because when you mentioned that we will be participating in some of the same steps, or those are some of the same remedies that'll be offered to the board in terms of how to handle this $4 million projected deficit. When you start talking about reduction of employees, we have discussed at different times that we have different contractual obligations to different employee groups. I know right now our administrative group, that people had received one-year contracts. And then in our time, when we get to, although yes, contracts can be eliminated or there are provisions, but where we're at the natural sequence of those contracts is around November, December, when we're having those conversations, because statutorily we have to address that administrative group in January, statutory statute 118.
Yep.
All right, so there's all things that'll be presented to us in time, and there's steps that are sequenced in time.
Correct, and also keep in mind again that, you know, as of the end of August, the district had over 75 FTE positions that were posted as a vacancy, but no current incumbent in it. Some of those positions we really do need to fill, but unfortunately, some of those positions will likely go a significant period of time here not being filled. So that does provide some budgetary savings opportunity, very similar strategy than what the district utilized last year to address the same.
And some of the most recent positions that have been filled are positions in the finance office, because we were lacking staff in the business and finance services.
Yeah, and certainly doesn't, I mean, I certainly take note of that as well. The school district of Beloit has some pretty sizable financial challenges, and I'm very pleased to have the team that we have. Stephanie Elwood, our director of finance, brings 25 plus years of experience in two larger school districts. She's going to be a great thought partner with myself. Having Mr. Duff available yet as well, again, that's 3 individuals with some pretty broad experiences that, we can reflect upon and strategize amongst, to do what we need to do to help strengthen the financial outlook of the district.
Right, and when we didn't have a superintendent, we didn't have some of those positions filled. So it kind of, again, is trying to explain the order of operations and the steps that we have taken to get leadership in that would attract leadership, because when those positions are vacant, Dr. Garrison is doing a good job for us, but he can't do all the other things that are other people's main functions. So we are thankful to that team and to Dr. Garrison as you guys have presented this budget and the options and choices that we find in front of us. All right, I think we're ready for the next item.
All right, I appreciate the board's discussions in there. If you happen to catch it, my computer died, and if you're following along online, you may see that's me, although it says D.D. Almendarez. So thanks to my colleague for borrowing your laptop as we were in that period. So really here this evening, we want to talk about the operational referendum, kind of look at future referendum timing, the options and some considerations. This is essentially a recap of a presentation that I did to the governance committee back on August 22nd. So I'll kind of walk through that with everybody. First, kind of a preface. Oops, it's not being shared, is it? Why is it not being shared on the screen?
Let me just jump in real quick on the preface. So if you can work on seeing if we can get it on the screens or not. And it's like the perfect delay as we kind of work through some of those technology things. One of the things that when we're thinking about this conversation, especially when we're talking about referendum timing, options, and considerations, I just want to make sure that we all know that no decisions have been made at the school district level to go towards any major conversation. I think the processes and steps in this is that we bring it to you all naturally, and you all help us make that decision of when to go. This is the first conversation, not the first conversation, this is many conversations that we've had around its impact overall, especially from an operational perspective. We do have a huge conversation as it pertains to working through our operational needs, and it's not to say that the capital needs aren't there. We are working through a facility study that'll better give us a better snapshot around what we will need. However, what we do know right now is operationally, there's a need that we need to bring to the board for consideration. And so again, planning for the future is very important to me. Naturally, when we started this conversation last year, it was the November conversation, the December committee, January put the question out, and then of course February put all the materials together, and then we pretty much had 2 months or 7 weeks to really get a referenda in place. And of course, although we didn't pass, we had the highest results of a not passed in the state, in my humble opinion. And so it's not to say that our district is a no. I believe now we will be able to put more information out if the board chooses to go in this direction earlier to better inform everyone around, again, what our intentions are and how we want to better impact our district through these possible funding sources. And so, as you will see in some of the conversations here, it's never too late to begin planning, naturally, and never too early. Never too early to begin planning, and here we are. That's what we're doing right now. We're trying to plan early, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Shady to continue with the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garrison. So again, just kind of some prefaces. One, no decision has yet been made regarding future referendum efforts. Two, planning for the future. We're going to kind of review some future election dates. And again, it's never too early to begin planning. We're going to cover a number of things in this presentation. We'll take a look at a review of the School District of Beloit's referenda history. We'll take a look specifically at the April 4th, 2023 referenda questions. some operational needs of the district, which we just kind of recapped in the preliminary budget for this year, some capital improvement needs, talk about limitations and outcomes of referenda, look at the future election dates and possible referenda dates, considerations, and then a time at the end for Q&A or some board discussion as well. So beginning with the review of the referenda history in the school district of Beloit, honestly, I was a little bit surprised that there's only been 4 questions posed to the electors, the voters here in the school district of Beloit, dating back to 1992. That's rather low, to be very honest with you. A number of area districts had more than that. 2 of the questions that are reflected here back in May of 92, a $26.2 million debt issuance. I believe that was at the time the expansion of Beloit Memorial High School. That passed. And then back in April of 2012, there was a $70 million debt issuance. We'll talk a little bit about what all of that was for. That also passed. And then unfortunately, this past April, we had both an operating and a capital referendum question on the ballot. Neither one of those were passed yet. So again, taking a look at the specific questions, the May of 92, this was largely related to the addition to Beloit Memorial High School. I don't really know if there was any remodeling of the existing or the original portion of Beloit Memorial High School. I wasn't able to find the exact language. And I'm unsure if any of that debt helped facilitate any school improvements at other schools, intermediate schools, elementary schools, or not. Doesn't really matter much. It's 30 plus years ago, but just keep in mind the vast majority of that was related to the expansion of Beloit Memorial High School. In April of 12, the district had a $70 million question on the ballot, and the question is worded here or is listed here, and that entailed additions, repairs, remodeling, and improvement projects at the district elementary school buildings and sites, adding new and better classroom space, increasing security, et cetera, constructing of a new intermediate school, constructing additions and renovating then Cunningham Elementary School for use as an elementary or an intermediate school. Construction of the new pool, tennis courts, fitness center at the high school was also built into all of that question. And you can see that that question passed 2,889 votes to 2,543 no votes. These next 2 questions probably very much familiar to us because they occurred here back in April of this year. Question number 1 was to issue bonds borrowing to the tune of $19.5 million for capital improvement projects. Unfortunately, that did not pass, was unsuccessful by about 113 votes. And then question number 2 was the operating question. This operating question, would have largely helped rebuild the fund balance over the 2 years. And unfortunately, that question was unsuccessful as well, just by over 406 votes there. So we talked a little bit about the impact of the state biennial budget. And again, some of these slides you may recall from prior presentations, though they fit in here well. There were 2 key pieces of legislation that occurred at the state level, within the last really 3 to 4 months. One of those was 2023 Wisconsin Act 11, which increased that low revenue limit ceiling to $11,000, though it also increased the per pupil payments to support educational needs of district residents attending elsewhere, i.e. open enrollment in charter schools. And then the state biennial budget, 2023 Wisconsin Act 19, that increases the revenue limit by $325 per pupil, though it also removed that high poverty aid, and it also increases special education reimbursement rates, et cetera. We'll talk a little bit about both of those here momentarily. Specific to the 2023 Wisconsin Act 11, again, it increases that low revenue limit ceiling to $11,000 per student. And I'm just going to pause a minute and go back to our prior presentation on the budget. So our current revenue value per student is $10,367. So we're missing out on $633 per member, which can be rather significant. And then again, that same act also increased the per pupil payments to district residents attending some of the other choice program options. Recap on this slide here. Unfortunately, somewhat unbeknownst to the district and really lost on the radar statewide, to be very honest with you, was that on the books, Wisconsin state statutes, was this provision that was created in 2017, Wisconsin Act 141, which essentially says that districts that have a failed operating referendum during or after the 2018-19 school year, unfortunately, Beloit checks that box, is unable to utilize that additional revenue opportunity as a result of the low revenue limit ceiling adjustment for 3 years following the school year in which that referendum was held, or until a subsequent operational referendum is passed. And, I mean, it's a big impact. It's a $4+ million impact per school year for the next 3 years. So essentially, we're looking at a loss to the school district of Beloit and our students of about $12 million in revenue, unless there are changes at the state level or the district were to bring forward an operational referendum to the voters, which would be supported.
Well, I was going to ask a question, but I'll pause, but I'll ask it now. So just in our understanding, because we failed to pass the referendum that we put forward in April 2023, and now in time we've moved past July 1, and the state has told us what those values would be for the next 2 years. That's how you were able to calculate what that opportunity cost us.
Right. Yep.
So right now, we're out for 3 years of that potential revenue that we could have, and we don't know what it'll be past the second year, but we would have to sit out 1 year. And if we had another referendum in 2024 and it were to pass, we would at least be able to calculate what we would be able to take advantage of now, that we'd only have to sit out 1 year of that.
Correct.
Just sitting out 3 years.
Correct. So there is the opportunity for the school district of Beloit, if an operational referendum were to be presented to the voters that they would support, that we would be able to recoup $8 million of what we currently anticipate to be lost revenue.
So now we could probably explain to our citizens the value of saying yes and what that could bring us based on the formulas that have already been in place because the state has put those numbers there, and what a no is costing us,
Yes,
which we did not have.
back in April
Back
or
in
before. Correct.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just want to, while we're on the topic, just interject quickly? There is, because I've been reaching out to our state our legislators, and there is currently, and I'm just reading it off my phone here because I took a picture from the internet. It just says there's an act to repeal 121-905, Parent 1, Parent B, 1 to 3 of those statutes, and it's currently in the Senate Education Committee. So if anybody is interested, because I see on slide 16, you've got delineated that it costs our district, it's like upwards of $6 million, which seems like it would maybe close our potential deficit if that were to pass, this legislation to repeal were to pass. So if anybody's interested, you could reach out to Senator Nass, or because he's in Whitewater here, who is on the 2023 Senate Education Committee. But we can share all that information on our
Legislative
website.
update, right?
It's on the update, but maybe we can get it on the website. Yeah, because it's Senator Jagler, Senator Quinn, Senator Nass, Senator Strobel, Senator Cabral Govera, Senator Larson, and Senator L. Johnson are the folks, if anybody's watching at home, can contact and ask that they support the act to repeal 121-905-1B. Thanks.
Yeah.
This
Continuing
was the
on.
same advocacy that we started back in early summer.
Yeah.
And so we will continue to advocate that way. And unfortunately, it's kind of hard to determine when something will come to the floor for a vote, hearing, and that whole process in general. But the more we advocate for nationally ourselves, in my hopes, is it should turn out better.
And there's other districts that need it also.
That is correct. And so, yeah, it's a substantial number that needs it. And I've already had conversations with some of those districts. Maybe there's opportunities for us all to, sign off on something, asking for this support, since we're talking about advocacy. But I also want to just know that these are some of the conversations that I have started to have with other conversations, sorry.
Right, and I'll just echo, I have reached out to our local representatives, both the Assembly and the Senate, along with my representatives at home, my resident district. I've spoken to the WASB with regards to the legislation that's currently assigned to the Education Committee. If any public testimony or hearing becomes available, trust me, we'll be one of the first to be there, so.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
You bet. Again, just kind of continuing on 2023 Wisconsin Act 11. So we've got that lost revenue opportunity. And the other big component of this act was it also increases those per pupil payments. So per pupil payments increase for open enrollment. So those school district of Beloit residents that are attending Beloit, Turner, Clinton, Orfordville, Parkview, Janesville, whatever the case may be, we'll see increased expenditures for those. And then likewise, increased expenditures for private school choice. A local example there would be Rock County Christian, and increased expenditures for the independent charter school. The most notable would be the Lincoln Academy.
So I'm going to stop right there just to say, again, you explained that our enrollment, the number of students that are served by our district, our membership, all the students in our district that are residents. But another impact of that legislation was that for our residents that are choosing those other options outside of the district, what we give them out of our budget has increased per pupil.
Correct, and that kind of leads to the next slide here, and you can see the per pupil payment columns highlighted in yellow. So as a, for instance, again, keep in mind $10,367 is the amount of revenue limit that we can bring in per pupil. However, if somebody's going to a private school choice 912, our expense is $12,362. If they're doing special needs scholarship, our expense is over $15,000. If they're going to the independent charter school for the 23-24 school year, the expense is $11,366. So we're actually paying out more in expenses than the revenue that comes in to support those same students.
And those are choices that have been made at the legislator has made those choices, that those numbers will be that.
Correct. So again, the negative impact to the school district of Beloit is about just over $6,125,000 using round numbers there. So some operational needs. One, it's pretty obvious we have a deplenishing fund balance. We've got to do something about that relatively soon. That comes in either or both a reduction in expenditures or an opportunity to make up or generate some revenue through an operational referendum. We've got deficit budgets, which the board's aware of. We talk about the inability to utilize that additional revenue limit authority as a result of the April operational referendum, which did not pass. We lose out on about $4 million annually there. Our inflationary costs continue to increase. In fact, they significantly outpace our revenue growth. For instance, the CPI for bargaining units effective July 1st, 23 is 8%. Whereas our revenue growth is less than 1%. In fact, looking at the revenue limit, we're generating less money in revenue limit authority here in the 23-24 school year than we did last year. So expenditures continue to grow, revenues continue to slide.
So as an example, that in the bargaining, CPI being 8%, that is how much the bargaining unit can ask for, is a maximum of 8%.
Correct.
But we have generated revenue less than 1%.
In fact, our revenue here in the 23-24 school year, even with the $325 per pupil, will be about $1.3 million less than we had last year.
And they have worked hard.
Yes.
But we do have less money to do what we need to do, okay?
Right. The last bullet with regards to the operational needs is simply the looming fiscal cliff. Our federal pandemic recovery response and stimulus grants, most notably ESSER 3, expire September 2024. To be very honest with you, we anticipate that we'll fully consume that grant here by June 30th of 2024. So we do have kind of a 3-month window thereafter if there's any monies that roll over. It's highly doubtful that we'll be to that point, but we did provide ourselves with that flexibility. On the capital side, keep in mind that the district does have a long-range facility master planning project underway with EUA Architects and Findorf as our construction manager. We expect completion of that planning process in November of 2023. They'll be coming before the board really over the next few months with some updates on that. That will identify the needs and really help based upon the priority areas in the schools. So a little bit more structured of an approach to meeting our capital improvement needs. The needs that were identified in the April 2023 capital improvement referendum question continue, though the opportunity presents itself to be more specifically identifying those needs, again, prioritized with the long-range facility master planning process. And obviously, we need to seek public support and funding to continue to sustain and improve the community assets of our schools. The district has a number of beautiful buildings and facilities. The district has done a very good job of trying to maintain and keep those up. Though there are needs that come up, and unfortunately, some of the needs are expensive needs when it comes to roofing, blacktop repairs, et cetera. Those, unfortunately, are just costly. It's important to keep in mind that there are certain limitations and outcomes of referendum. We're kind of feeling the pinch of the outcome of those referendums that did not pass currently. But I want to start off by commenting that the state restricts the number of referendum questions that a school district can ask to no more than 2 in a school year without essentially a major catastrophe like a fire or a flood or something that impacts. So the board is prohibited from passing more than 2 resolutions per calendar year. So just kind of keep that in mind as we go forward. And then again, unfortunately, we know the fact that with respect to an operating referendum, if the operating referendum were not to be successful, then for 3 years following that date in which the referendum was held, the low revenue limit ceiling amount is the amount from the year in which the referendum failed. So if we were to go to referendum, perhaps in the calendar year 2024, and that referendum were not successful and did not pass, we would be pushing out an additional year of that lost revenue opportunity for the district. Board Member Johnson, you commented earlier this evening about some concerns, and I've got this slide in here that talks about the equity and funding concerns. You know, the school district of Beloit will have one of the lowest per pupil funding levels in the state at approximately $10,365 per student. You know, if you recall, the per pupil value in the budget presentation was $10,367. We were off by 2, pretty good guess. I mean, we did a good job there. If we were permitted to utilize that low revenue ceiling adjustment as provided by the state, and if it were approved by the voters, the school district of Beloit would be permitted to raise that value to $11,000 per student, $635 or so increase, which would net out about $3,175,000 of additional resources. And again, that value would exceed the amount of projected deficit for the 23-24 school year, put us in a very modest positive surplus position. It's also important to note that the state average per pupil funding level is slightly more than $11,500 per student. So, you know, we're more than $1,150 or so difference between what the state average is and what we're able to generate locally here in the school district of Beloit. And the final point, again, is that it certainly raises an equity in funding concern. There's actually an association, Wisconsin Association for Equity in Funding, that's linked. And if that link doesn't work for you, I'd be more than happy to send that to you as well. When we look out into the future, this slide here presents the eligible or permissive election dates. You'll note that in the odd number years, both in 2023, we did not have fall elections. Those don't occur in the odd number years, so you'll see the fall election portion blank for 25 and 27, though the spring election dates are listed there. The dates in bold are the actual election dates. The dates immediately above that would be the last day that the board could adopt and file a resolution if they were to proceed forward with putting such questions on those ballots. Again, keep in mind a couple of things. One, the very last row of this slide, school boards are limited to asking 2 questions, also called referendums, per calendar year. Can't be overstated enough. Some considerations for the district as we go forward. One, we have the operational needs. Obviously, those are critical to the vitality of the school district of Beloit. Operations is and should be a shared responsibility. The district needs to show expenditure reductions at the same time while seeking reallocation of resources to better align with student achievement, and then also seeking voter support to further contribute and support the school district in our success. And unfortunately, the capital improvement needs don't go away. In fact, our capital assets will only continue to further deteriorate. And unfortunately, with the inflation, they're just going to cost more in the future to attend to those repairs as well. There is a chart here that Baird Public Finance puts together that may be helpful as the board gives consideration to future elections. And you'll see on the left-hand column, it talks about the election month. If the election were held in February or in April or in November for non-presidential or presidential years, November of 2024 would be a presidential year. So that might be a row to look at. And then kind of reading the columns left to right, the first set of columns there would be to issue debt. That would be for capital referendum projects, taking on the borrowing so that we can facilitate some of the needed repairs. The middle columns there, non-recurring, that would be to seek to exceed the revenue limit for a set period of time. That's essentially what the April of 23 referendum was. It was a non-recurring 2 years for the 23-24, 24-25 school years. And then finally would be a recurring question, and that would be perhaps the district would seek to ask the voters to support a dollar value that would continue on for the district in perpetuity. It wouldn't necessarily compound and grow upon itself, but that same value then is built into future budget planning processes also. Pros and cons to all of that, much for the board to think about. Putting together some scenarios, so to speak, or some options, I just kind of crafted this. Option A might be that the board might want to consider an April 2nd, 2024 operating referendum question. That would be a presidential primary ballot. Political party impacts on voter turnout and potential support or lack thereof of public education would certainly come into play. If it were not to pass, the district would have an opportunity to return to voters on November 5th of 2024, though that would be the second and the last question that the district could ask in a calendar year, and we would perhaps be unable to address capital improvement needs through a capital referendum project. There would be an opportunity for us to address some capital improvement needs within the operational question, though that then increases the operational question amount. And then again, that final bullet, if the operational referendum were not to pass, you're essentially missing out on that $4 million again for an additional year at the end. That 3 years kind of resets itself. Option B would be to put 2 questions forward,
Mr.
both,
Chady, I have one question. So
Yeah.
if it were to fail in April, that would push us out a year, but if we ran another one in November and it did pass, would that cancel out that additional?
it would cancel out, right, that additional year. Yep. And
But if we wait to
honestly-
November and ask in November and it fails, then
Then you're adding on an additional year.
and what's the difference between asking and finding out in April a yes from our community or waiting to November and finding out a yes from our community in terms of budget impact?
Yeah,
Receiving the dollars.
Right, good question. So it doesn't really matter if you do a question in April or if you do a question in November, because you're really not going to start receiving the funds until December of 2024, and thereafter, the vast majority of the funding would come from the local property tax base. So it comes from property taxes.
What part of the budget would it impact for you to be able to see what numbers you're working with?
If we were to do a question in April, that would provide us much greater budget certainty with regards to the budget building process for next year. You know, and a key thing to keep in mind, the best example is teacher contracts need to be issued by May 5th, state statutes. So if you do an operational question in April and you're successful with it, that certainly presents one budgetary direction. If that question were to be defeated and we would have to come back again, you know, that then provides us the opportunity to review our staffing even further. You know, I can't,
Let me.
yeah.
And so again, thank you, Ms. Shady, for the explanation. One of the hardest things is that we don't know what voters will do, naturally. We want to be able to present the information as best we know how. And of course, voters will be able to come out and make a decision at the polls. But what we do know right now is that as long as there is a no on the conversation,
On the record,
we will not be receiving funds
we're 3 years out.
for 3 years. That's what we do know right now. Whether we get the funds the following December or the next year, if it passed, right now, as it stands, we won't get those funds for the next 3 years.
And the only thing we control is if and when.
We decide to go to referenda.
Right.
And that's why we're here having this conversation for the board consideration to be voted on at the next meeting.
Another option, option B, again, would be to put 2 questions on the November 5th, 2024 ballot, both an operation and a capital improvement. So it would be very similar to the April 2023. It's important to note that that election will be a presidential election year, so there will be a significant large voter turnout, providing more electors the opportunity to vote on the referendum questions. Doesn't mean they'll necessarily vote yes or vote no, but you've got more voters that have the ability to cast their ballot on those questions. If that operational question did not pass, that would present significant budgetary challenges for 24-25 budget and thereafter. I like to say, kind of take a snapshot of what the school district of Beloit looks like today, because if we can't resolve this question over the next year plus, I'm not sure that the school district of Beloit will continue to look like and provide the same services that we do today. So we're to that point. We've had some Q&A, questions and answers, and I guess I'll take a pause to see if there's others and allow the board some time to discuss.
All right, so board members, questions?
I have a question. Mr. Chady, thank you for your patience with me. As I mentioned earlier, science is so much easier for me. It's so much more comfortable. Again, so looking at a couple of your slides, on one of them you've got the per pupil funding for the Beloit School District being $10,365, and then on another slide you have the per pupil funding for public charter schools being $1,000 more per pupil. Is that correct?
It is.
And so the reason why you see that is because, again, in the state budget this year, additional funding was allocated for charter schools. And that's why you see that additional funding as such going to charter schools.
Okay, why did the state decide to give more money per student? Again, I mean, a student in District A versus District B or C or D, a student is a student. I guess I don't understand why some schools are getting more funding than high needs like ours. And I mean, I don't even know if anyone in this room even has that answer. But the follow-up question I have with that is, if student A leaves the school district of Beloit and goes to a charter school or a different school district and is there for a month, something past the third Friday count, and then has to return to the school district of Beloit, does that money follow that student back to the school district of Beloit, or does the money stay in the other school where they were enrolled?
Oh, that's a good
So-
question. So there is a second Friday in January pupil count as well. So if the student returned between the count dates, we would be able to capture that. If they were to return after that second Friday in January, then those funds would follow the student at their prior place of education.
Do we know how many students may be enrolled elsewhere and then returned? And I can say I know for a fact that this does happen because when I taught in the school district, I had a student leave and show up again weeks later. So it does happen.
That is correct. And I think the hardest part about that is, naturally, when students come to us, we have to service them because, again, we are the public school and we service all students, regardless of when they come in or when money is released to the state, from the state to us, to the other schools. What's hard is we do know that number. Again, unfortunately, not fortunately, we are in a position to still educate that student. Unfortunately, depending on when they come back to us, that may mean that we may not have those funds coming to us. And so, to me, I like to look at it on both sides of the conversation. Yes, we will still be able to educate that student because that is our job as a public school. Unfortunately, when they come back to us, that may mean we may not have that money. So we do have a number of when that is happening, but that's something that is, again, possibly out of our control. I would wish they would come and stay earlier and stay the whole time, right? And we count them in both January and in December. I'm sorry, January and, of course, in September. But unfortunately, there's a lot of moving parts in this conversation.
You have another question, Board Member Johnson?
No, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Levy, I see your hand.
Thank you, Board Member Johnson, for asking that question because it sparked something for me. I work best with examples. So, for example, if I take my U.S. currency and go to a different country and I convert that, there's something that's lost in the conversion. So if I convert to a different country's currency and then immediately convert right back, there's something going to be lost. Since those numbers are not the same, am I understanding this correctly? Let's just use $10 and $11. If a student starts with us and we receive $10 from the state, and then they go to a charter school, we have to pay that charter school $11. And even if they come back to us, and let's say the dates line up and we make the count cutoffs and all of that good stuff, we're not getting that $11 back that we paid out. We're getting 10. Am I understanding that correctly?
You get 5.
You are understanding that correctly. That's actually a real good analogy as well.
I do my best.
Yeah.
Thank
I mean, because that's what it is. That's what it is. Unfortunately, we're not getting the same funds. And so the same funds don't transfer to us from one district to the next. We're just not getting the same funds because our funds are based off of our enrollment, our levy, our own conversation here in the school district of Beloit.
Any other board members with questions? All right, Go ahead.
I'm looking at this chart again. This thing is confusing. It's not confusing, it's well done. It's just, I'm trying to make sense out of it. So in the school year 2023, for every student that left the district and went somewhere else, with the exception of special needs, our per pupil payment was more than paying for that pupil, correct? At 8,000, 9,000, and 9,000.
So our revenues this past school year would have, I believe, exceeded all but one of those line items.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
So then we fast forward, no, fast forward, we go to 2023, 24, we are here, we've arrived. So there's only one category that is below our revenue limit per pupil, but the other three are up. And I just did the math, and how did they come up with these numbers? Does anybody have any idea? Because the first category, K through 8, it's 17.6. 9 through 12 is 36.7. Special needs is 15.1, and charter schools 22.7. It's like, there's no rhyme it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I guess it's not supposed to. Is that the
It's
point?
probably the best way to summarize it.
Before
right?
Mr. Chady answers, I'll add this, because this kind of goes to what Board Member Johnson asked. And the reality is that we have a Republican-controlled legislator in the state of Wisconsin. So these decisions, along with our Democratic governor, this is what happened, is that there was an increase in the amount of dollars that were spent for public education. But that came with increasing the amount of expenditure for private schools, independent charter schools. So we as a public district, and I recognize the right of parents to have a choice because the state established that, but what changed in the law and the adverse effect that it has on us as a district is we look at that number of students. This is what we paid out for them last year, but like you said, that increase that you calculated, the state has told us the increased payment that we will pay for 23, 24, and 24, 25. So the money that we are receiving, and we're receiving less money, well, $0 were added in certain categories that we have counted on in the past. And now we're spending more money, like we're getting $10, but we're gonna spend $11 when we send the money out to those students that have chosen to go other places. That is the effect of what was decided. Those are the priorities that were set. Like I said, there's different political action that may happen. So again, at the local level, the 7 of us as school board members elected by our community, serving about 5,000, what was our number, Dr. Garrison?
For enrollment this year?
Yeah.
Right now, we are projected to be over 5,100.
All right, so
It depends on how many students are actually counted on a specific day.
So as again, our enrollment is about 5,100, thereabout. Our membership is larger than that. So money is coming in, and for the students that are going to the private school choice or the independent charter, we're sending that out more than what we have before. And then our open enrollment cost is the same. Like when students go to Beloit Turner, they're still getting the same open enrollment dollar that we get if our student came. We're not sending more to other public districts.
The open enrollment values for incoming and outgoing students are essentially the same. So the payments that are transited between the districts would net out if the ins and outs were the same.
All right, so we've got it, like I said, as 421 districts across the state. We're in a unique situation. There's others, like you said, about 275, and those who are negatively impacted by the decisions that were made. There are districts like us across the state, and then even to the other choice about there is competition, there are choices that parents have to make, and that is what we're trying to do, is run the district for the students that we have. Of course, we would like all of our students in our membership to want to be served by us, but people have choices, and we're addressing those things. But we're trying to fund the schools for the students that we do have and provide the services, the experiences, and the outcomes that parents in our community are expecting. But we have less money to do that. And so those are the things that we uniquely have to decide about when we're talking about a referendum, yes or no, and if we decide to go to referendum, deciding when, in April or November, and then forming that question, which are all experiences that we have together as a board. Most of us have walked through within the last year, so we know how to do the things that need to be done. We just have to make decisions together about what we're going to do. And like I said, we'll take votes and we'll kind of register our opinions on some things, because the earlier we get clarity, that provides us a better space to move and take action for our community.
Could I ask another question?
Yep.
Are we communicating with the families that enroll out of our district at any time and find out why?
Every family has the right to choose their education nationally and different paths. Finding out why we have, Missy can come to the conversation. But again, I just want to make sure we note that every family has the opportunity to choose which direction they go to. Yeah.
Well, the reason I asked the question is before.
Get the kids back, right?
We need to do everything we can to keep every kid in this district.
We,
I'm not saying we're not. I know that's a
Good question to ask.
but
yeah, in collaboration with marketing, communications and marketing, we developed and implemented an exit survey just recently, like within the past 4 months. So that's available online. We have a QR code. Every building secretary has it in paper form if a parent comes there. So we are starting to gather that information.
I want to make sure we note that. Sorry, I just want to make sure we note that again. That's a process that we put in place. Again, this year, trying to really capture the why. I can't speak for what happened in the previous years. I can only speak for right now that we are trying to capture that information. Again, naturally, we can't control where they want to possibly go, but we have the best opportunities right here, and hopefully our families will recognize that.
Right. One of the things that I would add is that, we receive feedback. That's one of the things that I am proud that we have done as a board with our work with school perceptions and the Wisconsin Annual School Board Development Tool and our work with school perceptions to understand where our community is with in terms of referendum. We have sought that feedback from people. We know that what people have said to us is their concerns about the learning environment, their concerns about academic achievement. And like I said, we believe that we're taking steps to address those things by having leaders in our schools to address the learning environment, to address the academic achievement. So we receive feedback along the way. And then every year changes. It's a different year, and there are different people on our administrative team as we go forward. So we're trying to address those things, and we continue to receive feedback from our community. But like Dr. Garrison said, in the last couple of months here, as they have asked that question, because we've been losing students not just over 3 years, but over more than 3 years. And some of the things that we are addressing as a board in the last 3 years are things that have been kicked down the road. I'd even like to thank the boards of the past, because we did have a fund balance to draw on when we came to a time when we needed to draw on the fund balance. And the difficulty of being an elected school board member is, even if this is your day job, as a school board member, it's not your day job to come into the district where you serve and balance the books as a school business finance manager would, or a superintendent. We're in a position as citizens where we're asking the professionals who work for us to give us the answers so we can make the choices that we need to make in a timely manner. And like I said, when you're missing employees, that's a difficult thing to do. So what we've tried to do is put all this information before our community so they can understand the decisions that we're making on their behalf, so there's clarity. So again, thank you to the boards that established fund balances in the past, because we came into a time when we needed to use them, and that is what we did. And then we put the information in front of our community so that we could restore those fund balances. But again, we recognize the right of our citizens to make choices, and that is the same thing that we'll probably have to do again, is provide all the information so people have clarity and understand what their yes means and what their no means, and then what is their vision and what do they want for the children of Beloit. Board Member Miller, we see your hand.
Thank you. This has been a great discussion, and I really appreciate everything that everyone has shared. To the point about educating our community, whether or not we vote to go to referendum, or whether or not, whenever we go, I'm wondering administratively what our capacity is in terms of communication tools, such as like infographics and things like that. So the reason that I ask that is sort of tangential to this conversation that we're having. Our board has talked about doing more kind of community information and listening sessions, and while that's absolutely necessary, I think that in the interest of clarity and productivity of having these conversations and transferring the kind of information that we're discussing tonight, it would be really helpful to have like some kind of like more visual tools to help people kind of like wrap around like what all this means and what's going on. Because particularly with the systemic underfunding and dismantling of public education that has been occurring at the state level, I think it can be very confusing for people to understand the difference between like, to what extent is this our district's choices and within the power of our district versus to what extent are we powerless up against the kind of the systemic dysfunction of the state. So is that something that we could discuss at a later time, Dr. Garrison, after you've had a chance to talk maybe with our communications team?
So naturally, like as stated, first we have to decide that we're going to go to operational or go to some form of referenda. That's the decision that the board had need to make at the next meeting. Once we decide that we want to go in this direction and or not, it'll allow me then to start to really put together what is it going to take for us to do what we did, the same thing. What is it going to take for us to do what we did last year? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, yeah, no, and I appreciate all of that, but I just think like in general, like let's say we don't vote to go to referendum, I do still believe it would be helpful in terms of like building understanding and trust with our community in terms of like how we use the funds that we have and where they come from. If we had some tools, and I think like the budget website that Mr. Chady had linked in the previous presentation is excellent. It's really clear and it's easy to follow, and we've already done a wonderful job with this, so I just want to appreciate that. I just think if we had kind of like little one-pager, like kind of mostly visual tools that we could use, like some of these pie charts, like pieces from these presentations are just fantastic. So if we could kind of like put those into more bite-sized pieces just to kind of have available, and then as the board later on in another agenda item, I'm sure we'll discuss like some kind of community outreach, we'll have those tools to help more easily build understanding.
I agree. There's always opportunities for us to share more about the impact of the state budget. Whether, again, we decide to go to a referendum or not, there's always ways. And we talked about today, and Ashley in Cabinet, as it pertains to like how we want to better connect with our community and really making sure that we share this information as such and educate along the way. And so, yes, there's a possibility of us getting this information out to the public, regardless of when we decide to, or if not, go to referendum.
I'd add, over the 2 years that I've served, as we have come towards our budget hearing, I mean, there are a lot of conversation in our community about our budget, but we've experienced several, or I have experienced several meetings where we've had large public comment and community participation. But that budget hearing and that budget meeting is not one of those meetings. And I think that's in the spirit of, like former board member Winfield wrote about everything for Beloit. What are we trying to do? That's a place where those conversations have to be had about, where we're at. I think as we have worked our way through these issues, we're kind of picking them out and pulling it. And like I said, it demonstrates some things. And as an example, just like with employee groups and the different actions that are the tools that our current administration has to help us adjust our organization, that it's not just a elimination strategy of reducing employees, but we're trying to work in the budget. We're going to have to seek some operational spaces. it takes both. So that's kind of where we're at. I think one of the things that we had talked about, and not to put people on the spot, but at the last meeting, our goal is to try to, get towards a vote, but just seeking an understanding of, in our process of consensus building. I know we don't have one board member with us tonight, but for me personally, and I'll just start here, I do see the need for an operational referendum. And I just think that we have to this is a space where we only have the public meetings to talk about these things. But I do see a need for an operational referendum. That's why I supported the last one. April or November, I'd like to know as soon as possible for those budget impacts. And 23 was a year where we only had one opportunity to ask, and we took that opportunity. We have 2 opportunities in 24. I'd like to know as soon as possible. I do have a question about the recurring referendum. So as an example, in this year, where CPI was 8%, how do some other districts use the recurring referendum and that support to be able to be predictable in what they'll be able to offer their teachers? Like, say, if there was a 2% increase that we could always account for, like in our compensation tool, that we'd be able to make that 2% step every year? Like, how do other districts handle that?
Well, I would say that some districts utilize recurring referendums as part of their strategy. Others rely upon the non-recurring. It's important to note that it doesn't really matter which route you go. It's only going to get you so far, and then you essentially end up back at the same spot of needing to
We did
seek,
talk, right, we
right,
talked
voter
about
approval.
before that you seek a number, but the yield actually does not do what you need it to do in the future because of inflation and other.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. And unknowns in the budget, state budgetary impacts as well. So
2 year window. So the thing that I would say, going back to our strategic plan, which is what we developed before we hired our superintendent, is that our goal is to create stability in our budget planning so that we can stabilize our district. So for me, and I would ask board members to give it a kick where you're at so we can kind of bring the conversation to a close. But I do see the need for a referendum. And I think I would be with an April 20, and there's more stuff to come, but just I'd rather know in April to know if we need to ask again in November than to ask in November and find out we need to ask again in 2025. That's just kind of where I'm at now, and I know that we'll have the opportunity for more discussion, but I think we kind of need to, just give your thoughts, please. Whoever's next.
I'll jump in. And I'll just start with this because I did not understand it initially, so others may be in the same space. Non-reoccurring and reoccurring, don't think what you naturally think they might mean. Reoccurring means it reoccurs for a set period of time. Non-reoccurring doesn't mean it won't happen again the following year, but it ends in a shorter amount of time. So you might have non-reoccurring for 2 years, which to me doesn't make sense, but just wanted to put that out there. And then the other thing that you said, because I work best with examples, like if we did a reoccurring for a certain amount, then we would be set. And the way I believe it was explained is it's kind of like a hip replacement. Like over time, it will diminish and you might need a new hip in 10 to 15 years. All right, that was helpful to me. Hopefully it helps someone else. Where I am is I would say since we were so close with capital, ask the capital question in April and then save the operational question for November when we are expected to have higher voter turnout, because I think that would yield a positive result for the district. So I am capital in April and operational in November of 2024.
And I'll just add to what you said that we are waiting on some tools from our partners EUA to provide us our facilities report which we did not have at the last time. So I understand. I'm just making note of how you place that capital and operational in the spaces. Anybody else?
We only get the money if an operational referenda passes?
That is correct.
Okay,
Not a capital.
Not a capital.
Right, the 3 years that we're sitting out.
okay. So I am in support of doing an operational referendum in April. I mean, if we decide to do a capital one, then as well. Well, no, because we can only do 2 questions, right?
We only have 2 questions in that year.
But you can do them at the same time.
Right, I guess we're saying we only have 2 questions. We have if you want to ask a capital and an operational question, one may pass, but let's say the capital passes, your operational question doesn't pass, you don't get to ask another operational question in that year. So it's like, do you want to put it all on capital, you know, split them, or you want to put it all in the operational? And then, like I said, our facilities report will let us know what the conditions of our facilities are. That may affect our thinking at a different time. So, Board Member Johnson, you're in the referendum, yes, operation in April? That's kind of where you're at?
Yes, operational in April, and if it does not pass, then operational in November.
Okay. I see Board Member Schneider, I see your hand.
I definitely see the need that we're going to have to do a referendum coming up. I think as we get more data, and the information from the studies being done, we'll have a clearer idea as to when we need to do each one of those. But I think we do need to have at least one question on the April ballot.
You got a preference? Which one?
I think the operational one is going to be the biggest impact on the district. But I think we will know for sure once we get all of the information in as to which one we need to do first.
Okay, Board Member Miller, I see your hand.
Hi, thanks. Again, I appreciate the discussion. If I were to give it a kick right now, I would say operational in April, just because I think we need those funds as soon as we can. I want to just kind of shout out and appreciate Board Member Levy's commentary about the difference between recurring and non-recurring. I think that's absolutely something that I want to explore with more depth, maybe at the next time we discuss, please. And I also believe that we need to absolutely go for capital in November. However, I would be in favor if we didn't pass in April. Is it possible to go again for operational in November? I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, we can go, if it did not pass, if we decide to go April operational and it did not pass, we only get 2 questions, so we can go again in November of ~24 operational. And of course,
Well, I fully need us. I totally see the need for the capital. It sounds like Beloit Memorial is going to get AC regardless by spring of 2025. And I prefer to pay for the capital referendum if we could. But I just think operational, looking at the needs for our fund balance and just seeing the trends of spending almost $10 million a year to reimburse ourselves for educating our most vulnerable children, which of course we absolutely need to and want to do. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a shift at the state level. I mean, for me, I just have to prioritize operational.
Okay. All right. Want to kick?
Okay, I guess I'm up. Well, I obviously think there are needs. I'm not ready to commit because the ear that I've had on the ground in the last few weeks is not positive for that. That doesn't mean it can't change. and I want to do some more research on my own. You know, kicking the tires, and you know, I think Megan brought it up, listening sessions or community sessions. I think that's a great idea, because if I'm going to do something, I want to win. Not win at all costs, but win. And so I want to, and a win would be a win for everybody, most importantly, the students of Beloit. So that's where I'm.
I put you in between yes and no.
It's a definite maybe.
Right. With,
So
with the feedback, and I did note that, like you said, the feedback that you're getting.
I would like to add that this spreadsheet that Mr. Shady brought from, gave us from Baird, if it's, I'm assuming it's very factual. You know, November's the time when you pass referendums. We've done all of ours in the spring, so we're 50-50, right? Which is about average for April. But if something comes up in November, it's every category is over 70% pass. So that's a big difference.
Right.
Just want to throw that out.
No, you're right about the time periods. I think like what we'll be balancing with time periods is if we have the opportunity to ask the question once or twice, and then, like you said, when we work with school perceptions, we work with EUA. They will provide research to us also about their findings, and Baird with all works and suggestions that kind of goes into the ultimate deliberation about when to do some things too. So we'll have other opinion and help from contracted sources to help us determine and deliberate. Dr. Garrison, any of your thoughts?
Sure. I just want to note that the previous referendums that did pass here in the city were done in April, and the ones that didn't pass also were done in April.
That's what it's like when you got 4 and 2 passed and 2 didn't.
Exactly right. So it's one of those things where it's not. I just know that from our school district, and again, what the district administration has presented is our operational need, which we cannot. This is what the numbers are as it stands. We are working through that capital conversation, but the earlier we are able to make a decision on which direction we want to go in, the better it is for me and my team to get the information together and move it to the community as such. Not too different from last year, but with more time, which is again a value added to our conversation right now. What we do know is, as I've already stated, is that we are on the hook, or not on the hook, we are not
losing out.
We're not getting that $4 million right now for the next 3 years. And even after we make certain adjustments here in the school district, it will not equate, again, to the request eventually coming for operational support at some point, because the numbers are the numbers, and here we are with not receiving those extra funds from the state based off of this budget, unless something changed between now and then. And so that's my statement. I mean, naturally, I've already made the statement in general. We will continue to work through our capital conversation as necessary, but the only thing that's going to get us off the book is to pass an operational referendum.
So then also just kind of asking you, like we still got compensation with our teacher bargaining unit. We still waiting on those 3 things from the state in terms of the equalization, October 1st, October 15th, and then submitting our budget. Looking at this realistically, when you get towards April, do you kind of see some dates that are out there, or like when do we need to form the question, if there is a question, just kind of that. And like you said, I know sooner is better than later, but we also, with respect to what Board Member Nichols has said, that opportunity and time to inform our community, because a 7-0 vote is better than a 6-1, 5-2, but, you know, we will determine what we need to do, and then we'll move forward, but, you know.
Naturally, once the board decides, you know, what direction we want to go in, that'll allow me to gain the time to pull these focus groups together, have more conversations around what it actually looks like for us, the impact, what's the flavor, what's the number, you know. Right now, there's word out on the street that if we pass a $1,000 referendum, we can get the $4 million back per year, you know. And so there's a lot of different things that comes with this. And so naturally, I would hope that people understand, not hope, but I know people understand that with this current budget as presented, given to us also from the state, it just does not help us right now. And until we continue to have the conversation around a possible referenda, it will not continue to help us unless something changes at the state level.
Meaning that we know what we're not getting because
Oh, yeah.
our vote failed.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that was our one time around. Anybody compelled to say or do anything else right now? All right. So we will be able to, just a minute, I lost meetings, agenda. All right. So that is our operational referendum information and discussion that we've had. I'm going to move on to 7A, future board meeting dates. Our policy committee is meeting Wednesday, September 6th at 5:30 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Service, Tuesday, September 19th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources Committee, Tuesday, September 19th at 6:30 p.m. And our regular board meeting, Tuesday, September 19th at 7 p.m. And we'll probably end up revisiting this conversation again during those meetings as we work to set the agenda. All right. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Brian Nichols and seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so that was unanimous, and we are adjourned at 9:52 p.m.